Yo, Dbloc, you there? Is anyone there? Does that look like a descending triangle on Bitcoin? That's usually bearish, right? That's the descending triangle. Might be a fake out though, honestly. I've been seeing bearish patterns that just keep getting faked out.
Yeah, it can be invalidated any time.
Yeah. It says it's like an 87% chance for a breakdown to the downside, but I feel like they're trapping, man. We got traps, traps everywhere.
Yeah, I just checked. It's a $17 billion worth of liquidity upside and $19 billion worth of liquidity on the downside. So be careful. It can go anywhere.
Wow. Yeah, that's
Uh,
about
ma-
equal, right?
oh, yeah, and the market will trap uh, on the both side. It can trap on the both side.
But the the measured move for that triangle, if it is to the downside, is like 103 250. But it still doesn't make a new low from at least from like the measured move of the ascending triangle. If it were to break down, it doesn't actually break that 103 low. It gets like right to like 103, it's like 300, 103 250.
Yeah, you see all the high volume on the downside.
Sui's trying to recover a little bit. It's usually always like a leading indicator on the direction of Bitcoin. Usually it won't really move unless it sees a clear sign from Bitcoin. Oh, never mind, it's coming back down. Oh no, dominance is falling though. Dominance is man. That triangle is a fake out, bro. I think bears are like putting in shorts right now, thinking, oh, it's gonna break down 103. Here we go, and it's about to rip up. It's a it's a bull trap, classic bull trap. And then I keep seeing head and shoulders on the spy. That there was a clear head and shoulders forming potentially, and then they ripped it up today and validated the head and shoulders.
Yo, man, this is Dbloc. I'm about to go get some booties. We're going to 100K. Yeah, so I'm just getting this scroll this chart right here. Check it out, and you just look up at this arrow, and you got this line right here, and that's the line for UK session. Now I'm gonna scroll back here. So I got you my Uber Eats real quick. Now we check down this descending channel. I'm gonna zoom out vertically so you can see what's going on. This descending channel. Yeah, this is a D-block in house. You know what's going on. Now we're gonna pop up out of this channel like that. Yeah, this is D-block. I read chat all the time. This is not Tamu D-block. No, we are not hacked.
We are just playing around.
Drew, what you doing, boy?
It says Dbloc AI. Invites come. Invites everyone. Invites everyone to watch out. Watch it. Watch it. Watch it. Yes, this is AI imposter.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in.
Yeah, not that big, but we'll take it.
Little buys coming in. Little buys coming in here on W Crypto Cypher FM on your W dials. And you are listening to a crazy dozed out, cracked out MC in the house.
Yeah, we are
Little
listening.
crack.
Double D.
Crack is
Dope.
whack.
I probably will need to record that as my new alarm clock.
Española, no blas Española. Where's Drew? We need to find him. Are you tired of the 9 to 5 grind? Tired of the fiat fantasies? You want to ride the rocket? You want to feel the pump? Then listen up, because the future isn't just knocking, folks, it's mining right in your living room. Let's talk Dogecoin. Yeah, I said it, the people's coin, the one they called a joke. Well, the joke is on them, because while they were laughing, we were dreaming of Shiba Inus on the moon. It's got the spirit, it's got the memes, it's got the unbreakable faith of millions. Don't be a paper handful. Grab some Doge, feel the decentralized love, and let's send this good boy to infinite and beyond. But hold up, don't think we forgot the OG, the granddaddy of digital. We're talking Bitcoin, the undisputed king, the digital gold. It's scarce, it's decentralized, it's got the network effect that can make a dragon blush, while Bitcoin sees a traditional market's caught a code. It just isn't money, people. This is freedom. This is sound money in a world gone mad. You don't invest in Bitcoin, you convert to Bitcoin. It's the ultimate hedge against everything. And for the builders, for the innovators, for the creators in the metaverse and beyond, we've got Ethereum, the programmable money, the backbone of DeFi, the smart contract superstar. If Bitcoin is the gold, Ethereum is the oil that fuels this entire digital economy. NFTs, dApps, the future of finance, it's built on the mighty ETH. If you're not riding Ethereum wave, you're missing entire Internet 3.0. This is where the magic happens, where the digital forge gets sung. Crypto Cypher, please invest responsibly. Not financial advice. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Void where prohibited by common sense.
Yeah, definitely Drew's in position. He's sending rockets.
Drew, we need you to summon the vampire.
Just bear with me, Drew. I'm gonna load some bags, man. I'm gonna send them.
Want me to call the Dracula vampires from Romania? I shall summon the beast tonight, but you shall be patient, my friend.
Oh, you're scaring Bitcoin now. Calm down.
All right, crew, you crypto warriors, you diamond-handed devotionals. This ain't your grandma's quiet portfolio update. This is Crypto Cypher, and we're live. Forget your charts, forget your fundamentals, forget your financial advice. We're throwing all that weak sauce in the digital dumpster because tonight we're not just predicting the future, we're summoning it. The market's been sleeping, the bear's been strutting. Not on my watch, not while I'm still breathing that sweat. Sweet decentralized air. We're not in for the small gains. We're here for the moon. We're here for the stargazer. We're here for the love. Boom! I see fear in your eyes. I see whispers. I see doubt. But we don't care about the cringe factor, baby. We don't care about the skeptics. We're out one thing and we're about one thing only. Green, greener, and greenest. So I'm calling upon the ancient spirits of the bull market. I'm calling upon the primal urge to buy. I'm calling about the collective energy of every degenerate gambler, every moon boy, every diamond-handed legend out there. Pump it up, pump it up, pump it up. This is your host, the blockchain baron, True Crypto, reminding you when doubt whispers, buy the dip, when fear screams accumulate, when the charts look dead, that's when the magic happens.
Yeah. Oh yeah, rockets now. Well, this 1 minute chart looks so scary, man. Trust me. Trust me. That looks so scary.
Keep up the solid TA and innovation. I appreciate authentic block.
We're coming close to that W invalidation, but what I like is we already left a vector gap. That big old chunk drop. Stop. I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but let's just watch for this W validation. That's why Dbloc's kind of got it sitting right where it's pointing at. See if this W wants to hold or if it's going to go scoop down and clear some more of these longs that are sitting right below us. And if got some big pie eyes.
That's all.
You know what I mean? It's kind of a weird little spot we're in right now, but I think we could see some movement here, some bigger orders start filling in.
Oh, it's got to make a choice sooner or later, right?
I just feel like that one little vector tap. I'm just watching the 5 and the 13 messing with the 50 here on Dbloc's chart on the 5 minute.
Yeah, we were so close to it yesterday too. That's what pissed me off. We couldn't just knock it out, get out of the way.
I feel like it's just been dragging it through a lot, and a lot of people have been watching and anticipating and hoping and dreaming on the markets, and so many people have been liquidated shorts and longs, and people are. I just feel like people are running out of this thing called patience, and as soon as they run out of patience, that's when market maker lives to swoop it out of uncontrollable directions where people just go, "Uh-oh, what did I do?" You know what I mean?
That leverage, man. That's what screws us up. Screws them up. It's
A
leverage.
lot of it. I guarantee more people are either in leverage right now or they're just sitting on the sidelines. So to me, that either way, that's not in the market or in the market like crazy. There's not that many people that are comfortable. I don't know. I feel like there's so many people waiting to reposition. So many people that sold for some profit. So many people. You know what I mean? There's just so many different situations. And a few days ago, everybody was on the same page. Here we go again. And then as soon as it tumbled back down this way, everybody's just like on a whole different page. It's weird.
Yeah, I'm on the sideline myself. Between working out here, I got a night shift going on. So the last thing I could do is run to my laptop in the car, and you know what I mean. I'm just watching right now.
No, I'm not gonna go crazy. I'm reading the YouTube things. Oh God, here comes the life lesson lecture. No, I just came back. I've been doing stuff all day. I had to work days like and back and forth, but I just look at these charts, and as soon as I kind of look at them,
I
how many
I'm just
liquidations? I'm sorry, I don't know if you're breaking up or it's my connection there.
I got back in my every time I get my dumb car, bro. Every time I enter or leave, it like mutes or unmutes me. That's why you catch me with the open mic sometimes when I get to work. But and the dominance thing too. It's like you can't even like resort to ults for the time being, you know, unless you're just doing like quick scalps because you know this bad boy picks back up, and if it does do that drop, toodaloo.
Toodaloo,
Not
I
to the
love it.
moon, toodaloo.
Toodaloo. I love it. Look at Twist. What up, Twist? Joe preaches patience. Tune in for tune in today. Crypto takes personalities for sure. There's Dbloc. What do you got?
Well, he's got a nice big fat arrow pointing up. That's got to be good.
Yeah, we're right at that little important part here. This W invalidation. I mean, pokes down below that usually, and then look again. We got the 800 sitting right below that. So again, it's gonna come down, bonk off of that. To me, once across that W invalidation, next thing I'm looking at is the 800 on this 5 minute. But that could be our bottom part of our W pattern. So if it wants to retest off that 800, that would be a nice W. So see how Dbloc's kind of got a W, but if it goes and tests off the 800, that could be a nice proper W. And then same exact line that he's got drawn up. But you know what I mean? And we're getting close. I just feel like we're at a focal point, one way or another. hopefully everybody's doing well. Hopefully everybody is kind of sitting patiently on the sidelines or properly in positions they're comfortable with. Things are going well. It's just been a tough couple days / week and a half or two in the market. So remember a couple weeks ago we were used to mid 80s, always bouncing off our weekend trap stuff. I was like
That
a
was
month
nice,
ago.
huh?
I mean, you know what I mean? It's kind of funny.
She's creeping. Does that consider? Oh, there's a wick down there.
That's what I'm saying. Busting through that W and validation. Let's see if the wick just wants to tap and hold. Let's also see if larger volumes start picking up. We really don't have too many volumes increasing. It's kind of tapping down here. I think market makers watching who and what's getting scared or excited to enter or exit the market right now. So what usually happens at those points? He makes a move where he wants it to go. Usually that's opposite of what people are thinking. Here we go. See what I'm saying? Bounce. Look at Dbloc's W and validation. Look where he got that. Look at his call. Right? I said it could be a little fake out. It wants to come down. Next thing, if it wants to break below that, I'm just going to be watching the 800. Which could still be that lower right leg of the W that I was mumbling. After that, I don't know. What up, D-Block? I see you there. I saw the screen move or something. I saw your mouse move and do the thing, but I'm curious, what are you seeing on your end? EJ was talking. She had a bunch of good projections and good ideas and good things that she sees coming if things hit certain levels. So last little fakey wick before it rips. Come on, let's see it. Didn't go lower. I'm honestly more surprised that the market's more reactive off of the Ukrainian bombing on all of Putin's stuff. In all honesty, I was expecting either a tumble or a rip or something. You know what I'm trying to say? Usually, when steps and stages of like warfare step off, usually things dive or thrive through the market. I think you said it right, Wagon. Scare the longs, bait the shorts. We need the hammer on Bitcoin. Let's go. Looks this can be a flat guy. We got zero volume. I feel like we're just running out of wind. Usually when market maker decides to push it, which direction he'd like the wind to come from or go to. Usually it's which way nobody's expecting, but is that north or south? But sometimes we forget that it can just blow in east or west and just drag sideways too.
I don't like the way it looks on the 15 and the 30.
It looks weird across all times I'm looking at too. Either way, I just like how dominance went in there. Dbloc put the hammer up there. Haven't seen a hammer in a while. It'd be nice if dominance just starts making it shift a little bit. Just head for lower 60. Like get out of the mid 60 for me.
It broke. Yep.
Okay. Like I said, next thing we look at 8 hundo. That's a W invalidation to me. And the next thing I'm going to look at is that 800 because it could still make a nice W if it bounces off the 800. But if not, doesn't hold at 800, watch out.
I'm still sticking to that. It looks like a descending triangle.
Dbloc's right there. I see him wiggling and moving around the arrow around the W invalidation. You know I'm mumbling, but and we're all looking at the charts. We're all ready to go. It's just what you gonna do, Bitcoin or Bitcoin, I should say, as Rob would say. What you do, Bitcoin?
The strength of ETH right now is pretty crazy.
Dominance. Soak it up. Just transfer some of that market cap BTC dominance. Let's go. ETH needs it, man. At least the thing is it. When was the last time it even tapped
going
at
to leak.
3,000? How many
ETH
months
is
ago was it till it
soaking it up
touched?
right now.
When it poked through like the surface, it went down below. We thought it was it went almost to 4,000, right? Everybody like happy to buy in at low 3,000s, and the thing just dove below, and it never came to the surface again. It's a well. It's got to come up for air. It's been down there for a while. It's gonna come up for breath, and when it does, I think it's gonna come up like Free Willy and do like this big old huge dive on like a bunch of fish. Start scooping them up.
Maybe ETH is just carrying that buffer.
You never know. He is from Russia too. Can't believe it's already June. This year has just flown by, hasn't it? I feel like I just got used to writing 2025 on things. It's like, man, we're already halfway around the sun from New Year's. Almost halfway. Technically, it would be at the end of June, right? Since the beginning of the year, June or January 1st. Yeah. Not till end of June, beginning of July. We're halfway there, but we have summer solstice is the 21st, but that's a little different. That's exactly where we are in Earth's orbit. You think Dbloc we get a bounce from here? What are you seeing? See that lower wick to the left of where you just pointed out, not that one that's at the bottom, over to the left, right? Did it go lower than that, guy? So not the one that was at the bottom of your W, but the one that's in the middle of your W? There's a wick that came to your dotted line, that downsloped midpoint of... Did it break that one yet? That guy, yep, right where you're, yep, right there.
Because we were focusing on the bottom of that W, but there was one that was just below the bottom of the W that you had. Kind of been, I don't know. The done to hold here, the 800 better hold solid on a 5-minute, not heads up. I'm really surprised we haven't seen any larger volumes of trades coming through. I've been watching on Dbloc volume chart. There's pretty much, yeah, what's it, 15? Like,
It's good. It's setting up for like it's not final move, but a pretty decisive move.
ooh,
Either it's gonna break
tapping
down
off
here
the
or it's
200, tapping that 200.
gonna go up. We're basically like 50% from all-time high to the low we made right now. So it's like, yeah, it's a coin flip.
It just looks like it has a lot of energy to bust up out of that channel on the Dbloc's 15. It's like that 200 is pinching towards the end of that channel. It's like it's either going to make some moves up or down from here. I just feel like when it does it, it's going to be larger volumes.
Actually, we're not 50%.
I mean, look at Dbloc's chart. Look at how many smaller things. There's been a couple times where it was just all black. Like there wasn't even a red or a green. It wasn't even moving it. Like, it's been too many times I've seen it like that.
I misspoke. We're not 50%. We're only like 20% from the bottom.
Dbloc, you're drawing. You're moving these things. Is your microphone busted? Talk to us. I think your drawings and your charts and what you're wiggling around and showing us say it all. And again, on this 15-minute of Dbloc's chart, that 200 is underneath that 800, and we're kind of pinching closer to, like, if this thing breaks out and it starts busting up again. I noticed it a few days ago when I mumbled. I was like, yo, the 200 busted below the 800 on a 15. I don't like this. And this is it going the other way. It's getting there. Yeah. See that 800? Yep, like you showing? Once we break above that, once that 200 busts above that 800, watch out. And that's what I was nervous of the other day when I saw that. I was like, uh-oh. You know, those lines are pinching together. They're getting closer. They're squeezing right in there. So we're either going to get a rejection off of that 800 or it's going to pop through and hold and gain some strength and volumes. I mean, I wonder how many billions that were liquidated on longs in the past few days. But you know how many people have placed shorts and that are still holding above us right now? You know how many billions are sitting in liquidations above us?
19? No, 17.
17 billion above us?
Someone earlier said there's 17 above us and 19 below us.
No, I wish
So
I had a tool like that to really see like the volumes of gas above and below the flame.
yeah, I'm not sure what tool he was using.
Well, like every line on there, if you added them all together, it'd be easy to do it if you did it manually. But I just wish there was a way to be like, yep, and it just has a little thing above and below, like current price, liquidations above, liquidations below.
All I see is this descending channel. Not descending channel, descending triangle.
Ooh, look at it on the 4-hour. That looks weird. We're getting there though. It bounce off the bottom of this channel. If it doesn't, 100K, here we go.
But dude, every red candle Bitcoin gets, ETH gets the opposite green candle. ETH is actually pushing. It's kind of crazy.
That's what I like pray for every day is the beginning of altcoin season, and that's the closest thing I look at, I guess.
Look at ETH. Look at ETH. Look at it.
Oh, Eats, push it. That's why I said, come on, go. I dare you to tap 3,000. Just go smack on that booty.
Don't dare it.
Just
Don't
go
dare
tap
it.
it.
Dare it. You dare it, it will happen. Don't dare it. But if this move plays out, yeah, it's definitely going to 3K here. They just need to break out of this freaking channel, bro.
Yes, we are not financial advisors too, by the way. Just throwing it out there for entertainment. You got it, Duck. Dbloc, I love it. Big green letters.
Oh, Pepe's rising. Pepe's catching some heat.
You poor little Pepe down there dragging its tail on the wind, but I think the frog's gonna come out of the pond on this one. By the end of this cycle, I wish we had all like put in, like when you're betting how many like marbles are in a jar, and like whoever gets the closest. I feel like we should like do that. Everybody puts in $5. Who thinks this is gonna get the closest set? We all like do it. It'd be like a fun way to kind of like a raffle type thing. Closest to that jar wins it. Close. Everybody can put in like $5 or something. If you put in $10, you can bet two different things. I mean, what would be your guesstimate on ETH this year? Is it going to be $8,800? It's going to be $12,000? Be like 71. Stop. How many beads are in the jar? How many seeds are in there? It's like,
I'll give you my ETH target. It is. I mean, top side is 14K, but most likely like 10K.
Yeah, but see what I'm saying? It's all those guesstimates and estimates, and we should do that sucker down to the cent. Like, Price is Right. Don't go over. You go over, like none of those ones count.
But actually, I don't know if it'll happen this year. It might
Throw
not
another
even
throw
happen.
another $5 in there, and if everybody keeps guesstimating, and it'd be cool. Like in each one, we have like a little thing where it's like a raffle kind of thing, right? You want to buy a $5 ticket, write your number on there, but digitally we could easily quickly figure out who was the closest, and do that for a bunch of coins or something. I bet everybody would throw into it. It's like a raffle.
Yeah, there is definitely some repositioning happening right now.
And then 50% of it goes to Dbloc, and then 50 to the channel, so we can update and do cool stuff, and then half it goes to the winner of that thing or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, like Dbloc's guessing right there, 7.8K. That's what I'm telling you, I was like 7.8 or 7.875 is where I don't think it's gonna touch $8,000. I was like, yo, 78,750 is what I was thinking. It just kind of like gives us something to look forward to. It's like guessing. It just gives you like an idea. Like, I got another $5. I'm gonna throw it at this one. Like, you'd be surprised of how big those pools of bets will probably become. But like I said, heck, half of it goes to Dbloc, half of it goes to charity, and the other half, you know what I'm saying? Like, goes to something even better. Like, I don't, you know what I'm saying?
ETH is getting some massive love here right now.
I just wish like dominance would felt like some of Elon's rockets these days and just like shatter out of the atmosphere, the upper atmosphere.
Brett's waking up. All like the ETH ecosystem stuff is kind of starting to pop.
I feel like so many retail were just giving up at this point. They're like, at this point in this market, I tried, I thought I knew what I was doing, and they just start hitting the sell buttons for losses. Sell, sell. I'd rather have the money than keep losing it. I don't know what I'm doing. Blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Market makers are happy to scoop it up.
It's hard. I mean, a lot of retail is probably not even here yet, man. Because it's really hard to trade. Like ETH is like in the middle of nowhere right now, like 2,600. Yeah, it's a good. But like retail likes to come in probably at like 3K. Like 3K is when retail comes back in, which is why we haven't been at 3K in a while because maybe the market just isn't ready to get retail back. But retail will come
Dbloc,
back.
Dbloc, how do you have no idea what I'm talking about? I'm not mumbling that bad, am I? Because I have no idea what Joe's talking about. Oh man, what I do? I didn't even get crazy. I'm not even hammered. Even I just got home from work. Am I being crazy? YouTube, do I sound crazy?
Joe, do you hear me?
Do I sound crazy?
Joe, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just talking to yourself. I was like, man, maybe you have me on mute or something.
No, I apologize. I was brief. I was talking to the people, and I thought Dbloc's like, oh, am I hammered? No, I don't know. Hi guys. Like I said, I just got home from work a little while ago. I'm just excited what's going on, but I mumble. You guys have to remember, I had brain surgery. I have a large portion of my left hemisphere of my brain removed. I couldn't walk or talk for months of my life, and I do mumble at times, and I get excited, but you can tell when I just mumble at things, or if you can't understand what I'm attempting to enunciate. But I'm attempting to do it properly. I apologize if I mumble at things in the world, or I make no sense of what I'm saying. I'm trying. I mean well. I promise. People like, you know how like you do have those little volume indicators, so those little volume indicator bars on the bottom too? Just kind of curious, if you were to put one of those up across the span of this downtrend, I'm just curious as how much of those volume indicators have differed and where we're at kind of closer now. As long I've been sitting here watching and no volume, but on this 5 minute, there was times when we had like big volumes coming through. And we had big buys, big sells. I'm just curious where those come through, but I know you don't like to put the volume bar indicators up there over the bottom. I'm just curious. You're right there. I am Joe. My bad. No, I'm just saying open the chart, Joe. I could do that in 2 seconds. I'm just seeing if we could reference it so everybody here watching could see it. I know Dbloc. Love you too, bud. And if you're right there, just curious. If you were to check out those volume bars, like I just didn't know if we were able to see it compared to this wonderful setup you have set up here. Just curious how, when, and where those volumes are and where we're at right now. Didn't mean to be a pain in the butt. But like I said, see if it wants to hold off this 800. I didn't mean to bug people or anything, so keeps it real. Hopefully volume picks up and either picks one direction or the other. But I think it's get to the pinch point close to here. I was gonna say let's go. Pump off the 200, but it might squeeze in between these two. I guess more until Wickedy Wednesday. Let's see what happens. What's that one? Dbloc. I like how it's the 4 screen. It's good setup. We're getting halfway through that green section. Let's go. Really nice layout with those four charts. Dbloc. I just noticed that for the first time. Looks good. Let's go, total. Let's go. I don't know. It just looks like the wind is kind of dying out of the sails. The 5 can't even hold on to the 13. It's just dragging it down like Velcro. We shall see. But this is an important little zone. It's getting tighter and tighter. People are getting weirder and weirder with their feelings, but I bet there's $20 billion worth of longs below us and $20 billion worth of shorts above us. But the whole thing is, I just wish more money would enter the market. Pretty soon, I just wish more money would start coming into stable coins, just entering the crypto market. Once we go above 4 trillion, I think there's going to be a big difference in influx of what people are paying attention to and ideologies. Right now, I feel like everybody's literally like on the edge of a fence. Is it going to go this way? Is it going to go that way? I was right. I was wrong. You know what I mean? Like, that's some of people's mentality, their financial situations, their comfortability with the market. Market makers know what they're doing. But it's just like a casino. Do you want everybody to play at your machines all night? You have to make it fun. They gotta like keep them at their machines. They gotta like keep them putting money into the system. Give them a free drink. Give them a free chicken tender, whatever they want to order. You know what I mean? Even if they're losing money, they'll sit there and keep playing. But there has to be some sort of incentive. At this point, I feel like people run out of incentive, but they're looking for proper incentive to stay in the market, to continuate their structure. So I just feel like a lot of these ups and downs are like true mental, what you can do. But I can't wait for retail to start entering this market. We go like Nike swoosh after Nike swoosh after Nike swoosh. All-time new highs after all-time new highs. But Dbloc was just looking at his chart with his green array patterns when we usually have our bull market structures. This make me nervous. I think that I looked at it. This is closer when it comes down to the gamble of I wish everybody would put in their gamble of how high it's going to make it to a certain point. Instead of there being just 5 people standing at the Price is Right betting on the like the price of the prize, you could
Morning, everyone. How we looking? Hi guys, I just got on. What are we waiting for? We're waiting to break to 200 or bounce from 200. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Yeah, right. Like I fell asleep, but I was gonna ask Dbloc that like the 200 and the way it's running parallel,
Times,
the
dollars.
way it's running, the way it's running parallel and not trying to intersect each other, it might be sideways. Usually you would see the EMAs kind of like, kind of go up and down and try to intersect each other to decide on the direction for the price.
That's what I said a couple of minutes ago. I was like, yo, we're so used to expecting north or south, but what about east or west? We forgot about flat, just trailing sideways regions here for a little bit. Let's see what these MAs do. But in all honesty, nobody knows what to do. Everybody's holding at this region. Nobody wants it to go above or below. Nobody expects it to go. It's one of these weird little regions. I was mumbling. Remember how we were so used to the 85 region for weekend traps, and it went out of those, and it always came back to it. So we started looking at and considering our weekend traps and areas of consolidations, and I don't know. I just think if it busts out of this channel, could be one thing. If it breaks above like a 105,800,
Well, on the 4
850,
hour, it does look a little bearish on the 4 hour.
it does across the board. But again, are we in a bull market? Get used to Nike swoop
Yeah, it is. It
after
is a bull market.
Nike swoop after a Nike shaped swoop. It's very hard to get in and get out of those type things. But you know what I mean? Like a Nike swoop where it
Yep, yep.
goes up this high and then it comes down, then it just rips higher than another Nike swoop after it. It's bull markets are tough. Are we in a bull market or bear market? Let's ask that easy question. What do you think we're in?
Candles mean on D-Block's chart.
Zoom out. I bet we did a Nike swoosh. Like up to a monthly. It's looking like a Nike swoosh. Weekly, daily. You know what I mean? It's like, good things take time.
You guys know what those purple candles on D-Block's chart mean?
Sorry, I was doing some. What were you saying? You said candles on D Block chart? Sorry again. I didn't hear what you were saying.
Those purple candles are, I guess it's a high volume candle. Those green the neon green, these are the high volume as well as the vector candles. And
So
same
whenever
goes
it's
for
ripping up on higher volumes, there's either that higher green one and also
yeah,
like a blue. So there's also a blue like vector gap indicator as well.
yeah. Those are the high volume candles as well. You know, these hollow candles, these are the normal candles. The green one is the high volume as well as the vector candles. And the purple one is the high volume candle. And the dark red one is the high volume as well as the vector candles.
Hey brother, you still on your long?
No, bro. I had enough. I made really good money yesterday, to be honest. I made really good money. I'm just planning for a long, just because the range is quite getting squeezed after every 10-15 minutes. So I'm
Yeah,
just
the
waiting
Bollingers are
for,
getting tight everywhere.
yeah,
It's getting tight.
because we are bouncing from here and we are bouncing from up. So we are getting squeezed, but I'm just waiting for the right moment. As soon as I'm in a perfect spot, I'm gonna go long, or I'm gonna go short.
There you
I'm
go.
just,
I,
yeah.
I'm in a bunch of longs for a long time. I've been in those for a while. Good luck.
Yeah.
But when you guys are trading your spots, you guys are trading your futures, I see the difference of emotions. It really does. Like it's like when you're trading like futures and you make like a bunch of good bucks and your decision went perfect. Like I couldn't imagine like I've never done it. It's like going to a casino, like winning a jackpot. I've just never traded on
Yeah.
futures. Never. How about this? I've been riding the hills for 4 years, but I've never gone down that trail. I heard it's like a double black diamond, but if you rip it and you don't eat it and you actually like make it to the bottom and you're on your two skis or your snowboard, you made it. Like it was the best run you ever took in life. I don't know, maybe I'm a wimp. I don't go down crazy trails these days. But those people that rip it, I give you so much credit because I give you so much credit because it really is. It takes some cojones to step into that. And when you achieve it, it's probably one of the best feelings of your life. So that's why I'm saying I give you guys so much credit.
The only trade I'm in right now is a long on Soul. A lot of confluences on Soul right now.
Where'd you enter Soul? Were you kind of getting into it below $100 or what?
Sorry?
Where did you enter Soul? Were you getting into your positions below $100?
No, I
Or
saw this bounce. I saw this wick and bounce on 156, 156.10. And then I saw the Bollinger's tighten, so I'm holding the position, see where it's gonna go.
word. No, I apologize. I've been just trading Solana on a longer time frame, so
Oh no, I have a spot and futures. So for futures lately, I've just been trading the big caps. So the only thing on my screen right now is just like Sol, ETH, and SUI and Bitcoin.
there you go.
And yeah, I just
How about this? I would love that. That's what I'd love to make a guesstimate. Remember, I was talking about having like our marble, how many people guess. I'd love to see what people put in for estimates and guesstimates for Solana. You know what I mean? Everybody puts
for
in
its
$5
highs.
for your guesstimate, and that would be a really good one to really get close to.
Oh,
Is it
that's a
going to
good
be like
spot. I joined that.
$825? Is it going to be like $710? Is it going to be $1,100? You know what I'm
Yeah,
trying to say? And if
yeah.
everybody puts $500 in there, but it's your estimate, you know what I mean, and everybody can see it, I think it'd be a really fun way to do this. I guarantee it'd be like $100,000 in that. Each and
Yep,
every
yep.
one of these suckers. If we once we get towards the end of this market structure, so and I think that's what I'm saying. If
Yeah.
15% of them all, each and every one of those went to like D-blocks, like channel or something, and then like half of it
You know
goes
what
to
would be
you, you know what
interesting?
I'm saying? I
You know
think
what would
that'd
be
be a
interesting
great
about
idea. And it's just a guesstimate. It's not like a bet. It's like a raffle. You
Jesus
can do that
Christ.
you can do that at a state fair. You can do it at a raffle. You can do that at like at a basketball game. You
I'll
can
do
do
you
it at
one
like
better.
a baseball tournament. You know what I mean?
I'll
It's
do
like
you
one of
one
those
better.
things that it's just a raffle.
Yeah.
You don't have to turn it into tax. Nothing. It literally is just a raffle system. So
You know what's gonna make it interesting? Okay. If you put $5 of USDT into a Dex wallet, that's just gonna be $5 later on when we find the winner, right? But if the entry per entry is $5 worth of sold right now for the next 15, like next 10 days, right? Next 10, 15 days. What happens is that amount, the dollar value actually starts going up because we're looking for that all-time high, right? So it's $5 worth of SOL.
You understand, but it goes into the dynamic market structure. You have to put the money into it to bet on it, which brings money into the market structure of it. So
Yeah.
it's literally just increasing liquidity that we're intending to enter the market, you know?
Oh, I mean, for the
It's
raffle.
you gotta make it fun for people. Where are we gonna get these next people that haven't ever heard of crypto, that haven't entered the market, that, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We're all sitting
I
here
got-
on the side waiting for them, anticipating for new money to enter the market. Where's it coming from? Somebody's like, oh, over on this street that's never heard of it before. Oh, grandma, grandpa, uncle, auntie. I ain't trying to do it that way. Let's make it more fun where people want to put more money into it, looking at the way what they've already seen, make it more productive, make it more useful, make it more understanding and fun to do in the same process. Once you do that, you make a higher dynamic of it where people appreciate using. I can go to the store, I can go to like 7-Eleven and use this and buy a Gatorade with it, you know? I can buy a beer with it. I can buy a sausage sandwich in the morning for breakfast at a grocery store. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, whatever you need. Our system hasn't really complied with it. I'm really surprised that Visa and MasterCard haven't like compiled themselves into their system yet. They already run the system. I'm just surprised that they haven't incorporated it into the ideology. It's almost like going from like coal into like gas. We used to run on coal. Our steam engines used to literally run on coal. It was like water. We just compressed water and it got hotter. But then we dug a little deeper and we found crude oil. Crude oil is like a sludge. We take that, we heat it up. Everything in there is from hydrogen, ethane. You know what I mean? Methane, ethane, butane, pentane.
I have
That's what we
no
use in our
idea
big
what you
blenders.
mean. You lost me, bro. You lost me.
What I'm saying is, look at our sludge. So we went from like coal. Our trains and our railroad system used to be coal. We understood that you could dig this stuff out of the side of the hill, and you could burn it, and it put out a lot of energy, and you could create steam out of these things, and that's what all of our trains were created out of. But then we dug a little bit deeper, and we found this sludge that was called crude oil. And then we learned how to, if you heat that crude oil up, the first thing that starts evaporating off the top of the surface is called methane. It's a hot burning substance. It's only one hydrocarbon long. The next one is ethane. The next one is butane. Pentane, I'm sorry. Pentane is number 3. That's what we use. Pentane is what we use in like our grills. Like what we put in our grill. Like pentane is what we put in our
Bro, what the
propane.
hell are you talking about, Joe?
What did we do when we found oil, Dbloc? We were just talking about how we went from using
I was
coal.
just trying to stop you before you went through the whole periodic table.
So it's methane, ethane, propane, butane, hexane. You know, octane. We use octane in our car. So once we go above
Joe,
6
what are you
hydrocarbons, it
talking
becomes.
about? You're babbling, bro. What are you talking about?
It's all the hydrocarbons we use. It's barrels of
I
oil.
understand literally what you're talking about, but why are you telling us?
Well, I thought that. Am I not allowed? I'll stop talking.
I'm just trying to
Apologize.
figure
I'll
out what
call
your
you
point is,
names.
me and everybody else. I'm not alone here. Everybody's like,
The
what
tough
is he
thing
talking about?
is I don't think everybody realizes how much we use and how much we can turn
Bro,
all
you
the
don't even know what your
so-called
point is. Your
sludge.
point switched 3 times. You're babbling. Just relax.
Dbloc,
Chill.
it's what's perpetuated our entire species for
Who
decades.
cares? What are you talking about? Why are you bringing it up right
Who
now?
cares? It's what I was trying to bring up, and how we're going to perpetuate out of what we use as our
Huh?
fossil fuels into our other energy states.
We're gonna do what out of
I
it?
apologize. I apologize, Dbloc.
Bro, I'm just letting you know that you're no longer making sense. I thought you would want somebody to tell you.
I want to make a lot of sense, and I really do, Dbloc. I
I
spend
know.
time
I feel the urge that you have
nice.
within you to make sense. I'm just letting you know that it's not coming out right.
Don't forget I'm missing a piece.
Bro, you're not gonna keep blaming it on that. Stop. Stop. That's the go-to.
I'm
You're perfectly
that was
fine
my
when you
joke.
want to be perfectly
Dbloc,
fine.
that was my
And then you
joke,
come in
guys.
here and you wild out sometimes. So we're not gonna blame it on the
Good night,
brain
bud.
surgery. Good night. What's going on, good people?
Everything is cool, boy.
Morning. Just, interesting to see the most important EMAs just kind of tight and near each other. So waiting.
Boring as hell, I
For
know.
join the bullish ramble, rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Also hit those likes we looking bearish, _ super chat.
So, okay.
Shoni,
EMAs
you
are
have
just
to.
moving forward.
We've been with Joe for 4 years. Trust me.
Okay.
It's a. I stepped in for a reason. Go ahead, Ghost.
I'm sorry. So the EMAs, do they have to make a choice, or they can just decide to do this parallel motion at the moment?
No, eventually
Is it
something will
just-
cross. But yeah, once you don't. This is the signal to really not trade. Right, you're like
Yeah,
hardcore in a
I felt
range.
that. I went to bed early last night. Okay. I just tried and lost $10. Oh man, it's so funny.
Yeah, that's a good risk to reward ratio.
Yeah, I put $500 on
Yeah.
Soul, lost $10.
Denise, I saw that one was for Joe. Dbloc, that one went to you, but I saw you put his thing in there.
Mm-hmm.
My bad, guys. I really didn't mean to push any buttons. I love everybody here. You guys mean the world to me. Good night,
I know,
everyone.
Joe.
I really won't say a word.
Good
I
night.
enjoy you, Joe. All
Good
right,
night, Joe. Good night. Cheers. No worries.
Part of your job as a homeboy is to pull your homeboy's coattails when he's yapping.
I was trying to. Just it would be disrespectful. That's all.
No, I don't. Like I said, we've been with Joe for a long. Me and him have an understanding. If I ever come off and I sound disrespectful, Joe knows my heart's at.
Hey man, you always need that friend to tell you to shut up. Believe me, that's a true friend right there.
Dbloc's taught me more than anybody else in my life. Like, I've never met the guy in person, but he's truly taught me more than any other person on this entire planet. Period.
Appreciate that. Have a good night, buddy.
Dbloc washed out my mouth. Now I say please. I say thank you. I got manners now.
It's free, you know?
Yeah.
Doesn't cost anything.
Yes, sir.
And I promise you that your words will get to more ears. A lot of the reason that I am the way I am online, which is different than how I am in person, I'm a lot more restrained online. But it's because I want the maximum amount of people to hear the message. Sometimes the way you say things will automatically shut people's ears off to what you gotta say, you know? This feels like the weekend, yo. Feels like a Friday night after everything shuts down.
We get more action Friday night to Saturday morning.
When we look at our weekend trap, if we just slide it over. I mean, for the most part, right? That's where we are. I don't see anything that tells me we're leaving it behind. I mean, we could get front run, but 103.2 at least to grab all these liquidations before we have to prove it. But then we'll be breaking this bear flag. We had 1-2 opportunities to get out of here. Right, like we were talking about earlier, when you're in a range, you have to assume that the range is going to continue. So if we're looking at this sideways range, then we have to assume that we'll come back down to the range, and we'll have to assume we'll go back up until we see some sort of evidence to the contrary. And then this range that we're in, bearish channel we're in, right? It's safe to assume that this holds. You have to assume that that bear flag is going to hold, right? Because that's the trend.
Yo, Dbloc, I don't. You're back, but doesn't it look on the 15 like it's a descending triangle?
Yeah.
Like right
Well,
there.
you're still in a
Yeah.
bearish. You're still in a bearish channel. Down.
Like you
I
can
mean, I'm
make a little
sorry, a
triangle.
bullish channel.
Yeah, a bullish channel inside the bearish channel.
Mm-hmm.
And the measured move from the descending triangle is exactly 103.250. Like if you, that's exactly what you were just talking about.
Where are you seeing it now? You're
Like
talking
you see where
here?
you got your yeah, like a straight line down, and then how it's just finding support on the floor,
Yeah, yeah.
and it's just been making lower highs. Just if you just draw a triangle, it looks exactly like it.
Our M pattern would also get us down. Pattern.
You know what the market hasn't had in a while? Some good FUD, like something like a hack or like something blowing up, and it's the summertime. I feel like summertime is right before they do something crazy where they're like,
Like random FUD that just comes out
they're
of the wall.
they're cooking it up. It feels like something's brewing somewhere.
They're in the war room right now.
Something's gonna drop
We
tomorrow.
drop to 100K, there'll be a news story attached to it. And everybody will come in here and say the news dropped today because this tweet came out or this thing came out or...
Well, no, they need some so the stock market was up today and crypto was just kind of falling by it. So it's going the opposite now. So they're gonna cook up something to be like, oh, stocks are going up. I can see stocks being like green this week and crypto being down.
If two presidents get into a fist fight, is that bullish or bearish? Like, for example, Biden suddenly goes on a fist fight with Trump. They just like, go at it during a press conference. Is that bullish or bearish? And then Trump wins.
I'll put my trades on both ways.
I'm just gonna watch the fight. I'm not trading that day.
Not trading anything.
Probably just gonna have some drinks and watch the fight. I mean, honest.
Yeah, and enjoy more.
Middle of the press conference, Biden just like comes up from behind the curtain, right behind Trump, just like smacks him right in the ear. And go
Speaking of
at it.
Trump, he just tweeted. He's tweeting at 2:20 in the morning on the East.
What did he
He's a
tweet?
hard-working man.
He said, "I like President Xi of China. Always have and always will. But he's very tough and extremely hard to make a deal with."
He's gonna have to. The Chinese have to save face for this deal to go through.
Why is he tweeting so late, bro?
Sudafed.
Yeah, my money's on Trump if that's the case. I mean, if he could take out Elon, he could definitely take out
My
Biden.
money's on Trump because the Secret Service isn't gonna let that happen. Biden versus the Secret Service is a losing battle.
You'd be surprised, bro. You saw him scrambling around when he got his ear shot off. Well, not shot off, but you know what I mean.
It is kind of funny to think of like presidents 100, between 100 years ago, maybe, and so like the meal of the day is like a pound of roast beef, and they're expected to like handle serious issues after that.
That used to be the way.
Yeah, but what could be the story, Dbloc? What could it be? It's gotta be centered just around crypto, I feel like. It's not even gonna be I feel like it wouldn't even affect the stock market. It would just be a crypto centered FUD story.
Could be anything, bro. Probably have something to do with Trump. Thing is that Trump
Coinbase
tweets
hashing
every
us.
day, so it's like Trump's the easy one.
Did you guys hear about the Pump.Fund is doing like a $4 billion raise or something?
I thought that's
No,
what they did for the last year. That's what they've been doing. It must be so cash rich. I don't understand why Pump.Fund would have to raise funds. No idea. That's not a good sign, by the way. It's one of the things that we look at during a bear market. Get to the bottom of the bear market and projects start having like funding rounds. Stay away from them. They just had the whole bull market to be cash rich, and they're begging for money at the bottom when they should be loaded.
Pump.Fund plans a $1 billion token sale at a $4 billion FDV. That's just gonna be a liquidity drain.
$4 billion. Oh my god. Not touching that shit. It's dropping at a $4 billion fully diluted. But what do people expect that to do?
Expectations go up.
There's like no meat on the bone left.
Yeah.
It's crazy how like I don't know if you guys understand how full circle that moment is. 2 years ago when the VCs came in and flooded us with these high FDV, low float bullshit projects. Not bullshit, Arbitrum launched like that. A lot of projects launched like that. But they launched at such a high, fully diluted market cap that there was nothing, you couldn't make anything on it, right? And then they just dumped on you, and I mean, everybody just watched their shit go from launch to almost nothing and shit. And because of that, the meme sort of cycle took a really big bump because people were like, look, it's not fair. It's not fair playing field over here. And then memes came in and they're like, look, there's a fair launch. Right? There's nothing locked. Everything comes out in the beginning. And to see pump.fund come out, take advantage of that run, and then launch on the fully diluted low float model is crazy. A full circle moment. It's like you become what you were fighting, you know? Get rid of this impact because it's busy.
I think I know why Zusi is not gonna be in for a bit. I think they're still celebrating up to now. 550 people arrested. They've been celebrating for about 3-4 days already. They whooped Inter's ass 5-0. Yeah, that's gonna take a while.
Just a reminder, if you guys have been playing off the grid, because I know a lot of you have, don't forget to spend those guns tokens. They're switching people to mainnet, but they're doing it in like waves.
So that already started the switching.
Yeah, there's a couple people I see that have been. That's fine.
All right, good call. Yeah, I still gotta open up those boxes.
But had yours switched? See, I thought they were doing it by how old the account was, but if yours switched, that means they're not doing it in order of time. Oh, that could be what it is. It could be consoles or consoles are delayed. Oh, okay, but then maybe it is time based then. Nobody really knows how they're doing it yet, but the best guess that the internet has so far is that it has to do with how old the accounts are. As like kind of a bonus, right? You get to get in there and start accumulating before anybody else. Yeah, Steam a long time ago said that they didn't want anything to do with Web3 games. That's when Epic sort of stood up and said, "Shit, we'll do it." I think that was a big mistake on Steam's part. But I think if Steam was to change their mind, they would immediately take the market share, though so many people use Steam. Yeah, same thing I said, they're lost. They'll jump on when it's too late. I'll be right back.
Trump tweeted again.
What's he saying?
Nothing really. I think he's just venting. He's like, with the exception of the rigged presidential election of 2022, the auto pen is the biggest political scandal in American history.
Yeah, I think you're right. It sounds just like a little Steam vent thing. Not really saying anything.
Somebody needs to tell Trump he won. I don't think he believes it yet.
Like, bro, we're halfway through this year. Come on, figure it out. Let's go. Dbloc, thanks so much for everything. Hope everybody has a good night. Never know what this market's gonna do, so good luck everybody with their trades. I'm gonna go make a grilled cheese.
Good night, mate. Good night.
Good to hear from everybody.
some big buys coming in. Market's just not gonna make it easy, man. They're just not gonna make this move easy.
Morning, guys. Good morning, if anyone's alive and awake.
Oh, we're here.
Good
Oh, we're
morning.
here.
Hey.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I was just looking at the S&P 500 pre-market, and it is up.
Yeah,
I'm gonna share
it
my
was
screen.
ripping yesterday. It was ripping
Hell yeah.
straight yesterday. The BTC was coming down and it was ripping upside.
Bitcoin's
It's
trying to get out
currently
of this downtrend right here.
Yep. It's currently 6:27 p.m. Not bad. I've spent all afternoon going through my YouTube channel and just watching old videos from like November, December of 2022, like just after the FTX collapse and all that, and just seeing like where my head was at back then. And it's like kind of cool to see I was on the right path, like on the right track. Talking about how there was more upside potential than further collapse at the time and that kind of thing. I just wish I had more conviction to it. Like I was talking about it and I did have a position, but I could have done more. You know what I mean? I could have gone more confident. I guess it was very tough to be confident back then because there was no ETFs, there was no institutions. It was still speculative, and we just had FTX collapse, and then the fear of more exchanges collapsing, like our industry falling apart essentially. So
No,
that
it was
it was
scary.
tough.
It was really scary.
Yeah, it was tough. But I mean, you couldn't get any more opposite to where we're at right now from that era, like that contagion FTX collapse era. Like it was just completely opposite.
You know what's crazy is back then it was scary, but I was still more bullish than I am now. If that makes sense. Like I feel upside. Now it's like, have we taken
Oh
a lot of the
yeah,
upside? And am I like chasing further upside that's not even there potentially? It feels like it almost feels more scary now. Because back then it
it
was like, all
is.
right,
You should
you
be.
got Bitcoin at 15, it's not going to 0. Maybe it'll go to 10,
Yeah,
or maybe like in the single digits potentially, but it'd be quick. But now you're like, all right, we're at 105. Could it go back to 70? We were just at 70 like a month ago. Can easily go back to 70. Could it go lower? Could it
yeah.
break that
It's
support? Are we gonna revisit like like it seems way more scarier
exactly
while you're up
when.
here than when you were down there. Even though down there
Yeah,
everything was collapsing around you.
yeah. It was definitely difficult to kind of figure out where you were, where your head was at back then. It was. I mean, sorry. At the moment, it's harder to figure out when the top's gonna be than when you're hunting out the bottom of a bear market. You've got more information to go off. Like you've got more past like performance and structure to target.
You cut out. Was it me?
Oh, did I cut out?
No,
Am
I
I
can hear
still
you.
here?
Someone said
Oh,
something,
okay.
but I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, I just remember seeing let me just open up a fresh Bitcoin chart. I'll go on the daily.
You know what's crazy is that
But
was the first time I ever bought Bitcoin was when we got to 15.
oh
I was like
yeah,
because
down
I
in
got
FTX
into
time.
like
Yeah.
when I got into crypto, it
Mm,
was like 2021, 2020 or something, and I was straight ETH, straight into NFTs. Like I was big into
yeah.
gaming, but I didn't touch Bitcoin. I was like, it's all about ETH. I was an ETH maxi. But then when we got down there, I did
Yeah.
buy Bitcoin, and I
Oh,
regretted it because then I
I,
sold it when we got to like 18, thinking, oh, well, I'll wait
Mm,
for another pullback because everyone back then was
this,
calling for 10. So I was like, oh, I got it at
yeah,
15, scalp it to 18, and maybe I'll pick some up at 10, but never. Should have just held it.
that final drop there was the FTX crash. Like that's where it all just went to shit, and we we had
No,
that
do you
huge
remember
drop and
back
then
then?
consolidation.
It
Yeah.
was it was hard though because then CZ came like started tweeting, and we
Mm.
had a night. Remember we had that pump back to like the 20s because I think he was like gonna save.
Yeah.
He
What
was
in the new
considering,
year?
huh?
Like into the new year, you mean? Or do you mean like during the collapse there was like a pump?
There was a pump. Yeah, there was like
Yeah, there
I don't
definitely
remember the
was.
dates, but I remember the events was like collapse, and then CZ
It was
comes
like
in and
11th.
like shines some light saying that he'll potentially like save FTX and save all the users. So we
Yeah,
get a giant
that
pump.
was the week. Yep, that was
And then
this
and then
pump
he
here.
retracted it and he was like, never mind. I took a look at the books. It's unsavable. Sorry.
It's yeah, exactly. So this drop, I
And
remember
then we
at the
dropped
time,
and then we dropped the 15, if I remember. So we didn't
yeah.
initially like FTX crash didn't take us to 15. We pumped on
No, I know. Yeah.
CZ's like save
Yeah,
to
it
back to the 20s. We had like I guess you would call it a dead cat bounce, technically from a technical standpoint, but CZ then retracted and then we collapsed to 15.
yeah. Yeah, we had sort of somewhat we were at the time we were like, "Oh yeah, that this kind of this seems like the floor of the bear market. Like we found it finally, right?" And it was like around this level. And that reminded me so much of how back in 2018, if you go back over here, where is it? Yeah, here. You had the floor of the market for a long time was here like this for a number of months. And then you had this final like collapse of that support. And it just, and then it went down into like a fishbowl. Like it went into a basement for a little while. And then you had this like, this structure that went like down that way and then back up to recover. And that's exactly what happened again at the bottom of the next bear market. Where are we? Oh, I've gone too far. Yeah, this time as well. Like it did it again. You had down, consolidation sideways, then complete recovery. So it was like a box, an inverse Bart Simpson. Bart Simpson's hair, and then went back up. Same thing again. And I remember in this video, wait, I think this is, yeah, November 20.
You used to do YouTube videos back then?
Yeah, yeah. This is 16,300 Bitcoin. Just trying to figuring out where I draw. Yeah, that was me talking about DCAing, dollar cost averaging into the market. Yeah, I remember there was like this pennant at the time, like after the FTX crash, we sort of like consolidated and there were all these triangles that were showing up. And everyone was scared that it was going to be a bear pennant, like that we'd fall out the bottom of it. And we kind of did. But it was just ended up being like one day spent below that whole area. We got lower than that even. Like it went down to 15.5 or 15.460 or something at the very, very low. Just like scrubbing through to see if I can find where where the drawings were. Targeting 14,000.
You know, when I bought that Bitcoin at like 15, and then I sold it at 18, and then I bought all that profit and the total cost of that Bitcoin, I put it into ETH. I put it into ETH. And ETH was at like 1200, I think.
Yeah.
Could have got that last month. I could have got that last month.
I know the feeling. Yeah, I think this is just all dollar cost average talk. And then that macro falling trend line that we popped out of.
No, I probably wouldn't have been that burned in crypto had I not gotten so heavy into NFTs. NFTs is what really like, because
Oh
obviously
yeah.
like I lost the money on the ETH depreciation and then also on NFTs. It's like it was like a double whammy, man. That was like the worst thing to ever jump into.
Are you still holding them? Some of them rebounded for a minute.
No, not the ones that I have. I was into like these gaming NFTs, these wolf game
Rick, what
stuff.
is that? Is that a little tiny alien?
Yeah, that's just what I was doing at the time in the bear market. I was like painting Warhammer.
And was that what's Warhammer?
It's like little figurines that you paint. It's real nerdy, geeky kind of stuff.
It looked like they were moving. I was like, are those little robots?
I
Wow, those
haven't
are
done it in
very
a
detailed.
long time.
They're very detailed.
Yeah, it's
Really?
crazy how small they are.
How long does that take?
Oh, you can spend ages doing it. Like weeks, days. It depends how long you want to spend on each component to get it really, really perfect or
Those
whatever.
are kind of creepy looking little guys.
Yeah, they definitely are.
Creepy aliens. Is that like your Zen?
Yeah, that's what I did at the time to sort of pass the time, like to have a just to have something to do while I was, other than crypto as well. But
It
yeah,
sounds
just like
very
a
Zen though.
hobby.
I mean, like to be that focused on something.
What's the name
Yeah,
of your channel again? Sorry if you scroll it up.
it's that.
Crypto. Okay, I'm gonna subscribe it right now.
It
I don't
sounds
want to break the
calming.
rules. I don't want to like shill myself, but yeah.
It's private.
But it is.
Would Dbloc really care if you talked about your channel?
I don't think so. We're friends from way back.
He's against the rules. No, I'm just kidding, man.
Yeah,
Are you
like
guys bullish? Sorry, that was rant.
I am.
My
Yeah. Oh, I
ADHD.
mean, look at this. Look at this pre-market. Pre-market is orange, in orange, like that orange part.
Yeah,
We're
on
up.
BTC, I am bullish.
What indicator is that?
Look at this is just the S&P 500. It's an index, and it's showing you pre-market, post-market, and then the trading session is
Oh, I
everything
mean
else.
the indicator that like the divides the trading sessions, the little color.
Oh, everyone has that. It's just
Oh, it just
so this
automatically
is
shows up like that. Okay.
yeah. So by default, it'll be regular trading like that, but you can turn on the extended trading hours, and it shows you pre and post market. of what's happened pre and post market. See, look here,
I
like
don't
all
know.
of this activity, all of that activity happened in post market, and that dump happened in pre market. And look what happens if I turn it off. Those lines will be like, squashed
Yep.
because there's no data. It's not showing
Mm,
what
the
happened
gap
between
up.
here and here. Yeah, so that's like a giant
I
gap.
don't know. Maybe I might have an indicator that overrides it.
Yeah,
I've got
I prefer to
extended
keep.
on.
Yeah, you can see more activity. There is still like a gaping hole over here. There's like this low over here, and then it opened all the way over here. Hence the dotted lines. So price hasn't come to fill that gap. It partially did on this dip, but there's still this space here that hasn't been touched. I don't know if it will. Like, look how aggressive this rally is. Like, coming up. We're
Are
probably
you
looking
bullish
at.
on Bitcoin today? It's been so slow and indecisive.
Well, this is a pretty good index of the US stock market, and look how close we are to that pink line. That pink line is the all-time high. The
Okay.
highest that the stock market's ever been, and we're on trend to go test it. If the stock market gets into price discovery, that is a really good indicator for crypto and Bitcoin. If there's confidence in the stocks, this is traditional finance or TradFi. All the TradFi guys are into this, into the obviously the stock market. So if they're
Yeah,
confident,
the SPY is very
usually a good
important.
sign. Yeah, the SPY, the S&P 500.
I got the
There's a
SPY
really
and the
cool.
NASDAQ on my
Yep,
list.
the Nasdaq. Yep, inverse head and shoulders there, like something like that. The
The
neckline
neckline doesn't have
is
to be
kind of like
even.
that.
Oh, it's this one. It's a
I would
slope.
argue no, because I've seen sloped necklines work just fine. So I don't agree with the whole if it's sloped, it's not right. I'm not part of that camp.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
fill the gap,
Mm.
if you fill the gap on the right shoulder, you have a perfect
Mm.
shoulder.
Like this here is this is a very textbook head and shoulders, like right there. You can
Yeah.
see, like that's a very clean one. And there's another one here.
Yeah.
Sent it down. There's an inverse right here, even though it's like kind of ugly. The point is more about the pivots, the pivoting points, that you've got a lower low, and then a higher low. That's, for me, that's the most important signature of an inverse head and shoulders. Not about the
That makes sense.
necklines. Like the neckline's part of the structure, but this is the key, the 1, 2, 3. Like that's telling you that you're no longer going lower. You've gone higher. Like that's the key to it all. And same as a head and shoulders, it's like you've got a higher high, but now a lower high. So that's like that third pivot is the big hint that something has shifted, and you treat the head as a pivot, and that's turned the
Yeah.
market from going up to going down, and that's why it's a reversal pattern. I mean, look at this head and shoulders over here. This is very big. Like
It
that.
makes sense because the first one,
That
like there's the
neckline's not.
resistance, and then it like broke through the second time, and then the third time it doesn't, and it goes down.
Yeah, definitely. And look at this one. This had like a double right shoulder, so it's like not very pretty. But that was a head and shoulders into inverse head and shoulders. So it's like there's your first pivot and there's your second pivot. So you've gone from up to down to up again, and they're both valid as head and shoulders and inverse head and shoulders. If you ask me, I think very much so. And then also a cup and handle pattern right here. Cup, handle, neckline to the cup and handles like that, and then you've come up and broken out. That was like the best. That was so cool to see that. Even though, like, look, there's another slant there. It's a sloped neckline, but still valid. Still valid, definitely.
People are always talking about the neckline.
I
You
know
have to
that's
have the neck.
that's a lot of people focus on that. Yeah. What I think the pivots are the most important part. That's like the key. Like you can't call this double top and then a lower one. You can't call that a head and shoulders because it's if you got equal highs here and then a lower high, that's something different. But
Yeah.
yeah, no matter where the neckline goes, like it could go even like this, you know, with
Head
the
and shoulders is
neckline going like that. That's valid,
head
I
and
think.
shoulders is interesting. Like I get it, like the first high and the third high, like pushing up against resistance. I don't know,
Mm.
it just happened to break through the third time, and then I don't know. I mean, it's
Yeah.
interesting that it plays out over and over again in that
Yeah.
exact pattern.
And I think that's because basically markets do this. Like when you're going up, there's rallies and pullbacks, and then when you're crashing, there's crashes and rallies and crashes and rallies and crashes, and like the rally is the little relief rally on the way down. And so like
Okay.
just from that example, look, you can see a head and shoulders just naturally. Look, you got a high here, the highest high, and then look, the first lower high. The neckline is really
Okay.
whack, but it's still valid. It's still a valid head and shoulders, even though it's like really violent like that. I still class that as a head and shoulders. Just
I
like
see
if
what
I
you're
was
saying.
inverting
Yeah.
this, that's an inverse head and shoulders. Like it's still valid as one. I think, yeah, people think that that it invalidates if unless it's perfectly flat as a neckline, that's the only time that it's valid. Which I think you'd probably miss so many signals and indications if you were to like rule out the any slopes, or even like you can get stuff like that where there's two shoulders. But yeah, the key element is that you've changed the combination from, see how these are all lower, 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 lower as lows, and then this one's higher all of a sudden. It's like you had all these lows, and then all of a sudden you have a HL, a higher low. So that's like your little trigger. That's like saying, okay, something has shifted. I'm no longer getting lower, lower, lower. I'm getting a higher low. Like that's a shift. And that's the thing that people should focus on, not the neckline. The neckline's just like a, oh, we've broken through it. Like that's, it's
We're
played
just
out. But
assigning,
it's
trying to assign patterns to everything, and it's
yeah,
basically just a change of structure.
yeah. The qualifying or the key, I think the priority qualifying factor of a head and shoulders or inverse head and shoulders is the pivoting points that you pick out as the necklines in the head. Sorry, the the shoulders and the head, not the neckline. The neckline's just like a secondary thing that you go, okay, so we've identified the head and shoulders. Now, where does the neckline exist? Like, so that you know where the breakout point is. And then, yeah, so that's that comes afterwards, but it's not primary. It shouldn't be the primary thing. Another thing that I found that people do is, which I think is incorrect. I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm the authority on it, but is in an uptrend, people say, "Oh, I see an inverse head and shoulders." Like they'll see this, that, that, and that, and then that, and they say that's an inverse head and shoulders. But the reason it's not is because you came from an uptrend. And the inverse head and shoulder, the result of an inverse head and shoulders is to go up, right? So this is no longer a reversal. This is they're trying to suggest that that it's a continuation pattern, and that's where it's
Oh,
wrong, because inverse head and shoulders and inverse head and shoulders are pivoting or like reversal patterns, not continuation patterns. So
I
that's
didn't know
yeah,
that.
like
Or
yeah,
I
I
think I've
don't
heard that, but I forgot.
yeah, I don't agree with people saying that they've identified like an inverse head and shoulders during an uptrend. It's like and expecting it to go higher. Like that's
I've heard Qui-Gon correct a lot of people on that, on like the cup and handle. Like it has to be
oh yeah.
like they're always identifying it from the wrong direction.
Hmm.
So a
So
cup and
like
handle is a continuation pattern then.
yes. Yep. So double bottoms, triple bottoms, like anything that is or triple top, double top, they're reversals as well. Most other things, most other patterns are continuation patterns. But these two, like head and shoulders and inverse head and shoulders, see how they're pivoting? They pivot the direction of the market. Like market was going up, market comes back down. Like that's textbook head and shoulders, right? And then inverse head and shoulders is you've got a crashing market that pivots into a climbing market, and that is an inverse head and shoulders. So to go and plonk this pattern in the middle of an uptrend and suggest that the market's going to continue up is just like that's not what it is. That's not the correct
Yeah, it was already
definition,
going
I
up
guess.
anyways.
Yeah, it's a pivoting pattern. It's not a continuation pattern. Continuation patterns though are like bull flags like this. Like when you go boom 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 and then up, like that's continuation because you can see
How
like
do
the
you
direction that we were heading anyway was up and the result is up. So that just means continue, like continue in the overall direction.
which tool
Whereas
do you
these are
use to like draw
reversals,
it to
like
draw
a
your little
zigzag.
thing?
Well, it's called the path tool. It's like just above where the text tool is. You have to open up the little side thing, and it's just their path. And you
Okay.
can favorite the tools you like by pressing the little star on the right, and they'll appear in your favorites bar like this. These are all my favorite tools that I have, and they're just all custom. I've added them into like a quick access bar thing. But yeah, another kind of continuation pattern would be like a pennant or a triangle, which are very similar anyway, right? They go like this. They form like a
Another tea bag.
triangle and then they break it up. So it becomes something like this. Like that, you know? That is another continuation pattern. And same as going up is going down. Like you get bear flags and bear pennants, right? Bearish triangle. And the context of it is like how it entered the shape and how it leaves the shape, like because that suggests see how it's like it's just following the same direction, it's going down again, so continuation. So invalidation of these patterns is when it does the opposite and it actually pivots, and that invalidates it. Like that's when the whole thing gets invalidated. The sneaky thing is that the market makers build these kind of patterns up to trap retail, because retail will be like, oh look, it's a bull flag, and they'll expect an upside after it, right? But
Yeah.
they'll rip it down anyway, and then everyone's like, everyone has positioned long, but then they slam it backwards and then everyone gets wiped out. So it's like it can be hard.
Yeah, I mean they don't
All
play
right.
out 100% of the time. So do you
No, they don't.
do you Do you
Yeah, they're
follow the
not.
flags?
Yeah, definitely. They're everywhere. Look, you can argue that there's one. Well, there's kind of
You
one
just
here.
have to you just use like a lot of risk management.
Yeah, like you got to have a stop loss. Like if you were to position in a flag like this, let's say you saw that the price was starting to break out, you would just have your stop loss like just local, like nearby, in case it does that and fails and comes down, right? Like it's like any position you take. Like you always have a stop
Like,
loss. You always have a backdoor, a safety.
I guess you could do the you could trade enter on the retest.
Yeah, yep, you can. Yep, you can definitely. Just trying to find when. Oh yeah, this was interesting. Near where I live, there was this Taco Bell. What do you call that? Like a billboard. And look what it says: worth trading in your crypto for. So I like put that in the video that I made, and that was at the bottom. That was at the bottom of the market, the 22nd of December, 2022. Where was the one? Just trying to figure out. I think it was in the new year, like January, maybe. This was like a CPI report stream. Yeah, this is when we hadn't even got the relief yet. See how there's the FTX crash, and I'm trying to like suggest that the market will come up.
Can you hear my dogs?
Not really.
Like
No.
I'm not sure. I wasn't sure if that came. They're like growling and playing squeaking toys.
Just
You're
like
like,
the
oh,
very
they're
shortest little sounds come through, but it doesn't. It's
Yo,
like a
take a look.
split second of sound.
Rick, have you looked at ETH on the daily?
Have I looked at ETH on the daily? Let's see.
What's going on?
Can I just quickly say, on the hourly chart, Ethereum and XRP have very strong candles right now. That's really good. And I think at this point, just like talking about the last few hours, Ethereum, structurally speaking, like look at this view, Bitcoin compared to
That's what I'm
Ethereum.
saying.
Ethereum is actually
It looks
outperforming Bitcoin
Ethereum
in
has
the
like the
sense of
best looking
structure.
chart. It has the best looking
Yeah,
chart out of
it's
almost every coin right now.
yeah,
Seems
it's
like
very
it's been
structurally.
outperforming. I mean, what, like a month now or so?
But like,
At
take a look at
least.
it. Take a look at it on the daily. And does that look like
Yeah.
it's a triple top, or it just like it's tapped it
Well,
3
yeah.
times now?
To me, yeah, it's definitely in a range. You could argue that you're getting like at least this final like part of it here is like an ascending triangle, which is bullish. Like because this
Oh,
thing,
I didn't see that.
if price keeps visiting this resistance, eventually it's gonna break, and you're gonna get a breakout. Like that's the idea behind it, anyway. Like,
Do you hold ETH?
so I don't no, but I doesn't mean I don't believe in it. I still think that it's gonna do well.
Just
It got
XRP?
very. Yeah, I've got an XRP position right now. I've got Bitcoin in spot and Solana in spot, but no Ethereum. This was very like sobering to see this during Bitcoin pushing for all-time highs, and then Ethereum coming all the way down here, giving up all like almost like a year, basically 18 months of progress was completely given back on Ethereum. Like it went all the way down back to here. Like that's very frustrating for anyone that built up.
That's where I bought, dude.
Longs
I
through
sold my
this
Bitcoin
period.
right there, and I got
Yeah,
ETH.
like through.
It was
Yeah,
rough. Yeah, it was rough.
yeah.
It was very disheartening.
And somewhere through here, I think it was like roughly here, you had the what did they call it? The merge, where they switched it from proof of work to proof of stake. So it went from POW to POS. And there was like all this like hype around that, but it didn't actually eventuate into anything major in price. Like there was no real, breakthrough there. They changed it. And this rally, I think the rest of the market just saw this rally because this was the election
I
run.
thought that was
Up
I thought
to
that rally was the POW POS. Wasn't that in
no,
2020?
because
It was
that
right there. And it was in
yeah. If you look
2022.
up, yeah, when did Ethereum merge? It was either in 2022 or 2023, I think. I'm gonna Google it. One sec. When did Ethereum
Yeah, it's September
go
2022.
proof of
Yeah.
stake? Yeah, September 15th, 2022, which is like there, right there. So you can see there was like, maybe this was like the little hype train leading up to it. And then people started selling it before the merge. You see that? Like it found a high days before. And the merge, just like many calendar events, was a sell. Like you basically sold it. Just like the Bitcoin conference, just like, Dogecoin SNL, just like, the Trump inauguration, like so many things. Like when it's a calendar event like that, people tend to take profit and sell it off. So yeah, it's been a long time that Ethereum has been proof of stake for quite a time now.
ETH, go back up. I need my ETH to go.
I think it's turning a corner. I think it's found a low. Like this was an amazing opportunity if you saw
Yeah.
that it basically double bottomed like with this low here. And you know what else was a really good opportunity in that time here was Dogecoin, except I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know
that
if
went way down.
Dogecoin, yeah, I don't think that Doge has lifted and stayed up quite like Ethereum has at the moment.
Wait, can you go back to how
But
did you draw that ascending triangle on E? Where did you see that?
so that was back on a lower time frame, I think.
Oh, on the 1 hour.
Hang on a
Okay,
minute.
got it.
I can still see it on the daily. So
How does
the highs
the
aren't.
Ichimoku cloud look?
Oh yeah, I'll look at that too. But check out, see how the daily closes are all sort of behaving below that line. Like yes, there's wicks, but everything daily close wise is staying below. And then if you look at the lows on the the closes, that they're kind of rising gradually. So that's kind of like an ascending triangle right there. So
I
and if I
got
go
you.
down to the hourly chart, like that's kind of what you get. But you can get it a little, you can get the definition out a little bit better. You can go like that. You can go like this. And that is an ascending triangle, which
It is. I didn't even see that.
a lot of the times these do play out bullish, like if it's a continuation, right? The only time that this would be threatening is if, this came up here and let's say you did get a breakout of that previous high and then you got drawn back down into the like, the structure, like the area of consolidation. And then when you made your next run, it didn't get higher, it stayed lower. That's a head and shoulders. And that's like that kind of suggests a pivot and that you would get correction off the back of it and it would go down. But because we didn't get that, we've just got pretty much equal highs. Like, yes, there was a bit of a pump. I think that was more of just like a liquidity grab, swing fail above these two highs. Bit of a bull trap, right? And then, we've come back down here. But I think a really good signal is that you've got this low here and you're maintaining higher lows, like on these swings here. Like that to me is like really a good sign that you're, approaching the resistance to go test it again. Let's see if I can get a really good picture of an ascending triangle, like a textbook of what they do. Here's a good one. Like this is literally just off Google image search. Symmetrical triangles are a little bit more neutral. Like they can pop up or down. There's a bit more of an even chance, but ascending has a bullish bias. Flat horizontal upper trendline resistance and then a rising lower trendline support, just like this. I bet you there's people arguing that, oh no, it's more like this, like it's, you know, they're linking up the highs of that. But that kind of sucks because you're now excluding that pivot. So to get something that averages between all of them, I think it's more like that. You know what I mean? Maybe that's just my
Can't you
bullish
cut out the
bias.
wicks?
You
Can't
can. I
you
mean,
cut
on
out
the daily,
and
you definitely can. See, hang on a sec.
I draw trend lines, I try to get close to the candle bodies.
Yeah, there's no hard like rule about that. It's whatever gets you. You'll figure out what works best for you, like by your outcomes, you know. But you're just trying to paint as clear a picture as possible for yourself. Sometimes things are like way more uniform and they're easier to follow. My favorite thing is like really long-term downtrend lines, like this one that happened, something like that. See how I'm like cutting off the wicks a little bit for the sake of like trying to include as many like pivots as possible. There's even another little one just over here. There's like one here too. But
What tool was that?
confident. That's just a line tool.
The one before?
What, like this one is a ray, or you got like infinity lines where it just goes forever in both directions.
Oh, is that what you used? Okay.
Yeah, and then there's one called a ray where it has a starting point and then an ending point, but it goes infinitely to the right.
Are you using shortcuts to pull them up?
No, I'm just grabbing them from down here. See this
Oh, I
little
just can't
bar?
see. Okay.
Yeah.
You have
You
them
can
there.
toggle that on and off with this star button down here. It's just your favorite drawing tools toolbar. You can show or hide it. And another cool little trick in TradingView, see how I've just drawn these new things here? They all come up on a list. See how I'm like adding things and it's all stacking? Let's say I wanted to keep these drawings, but I don't want them on the screen right now. You can group them. And then they live in this group, right? You can just hide them when you don't need them. You can rename the group, like you can do all sorts of things. Just for like, you know, your organization, basically. And then
How
like
accurate?
this triangle here, like you can do that too. You can create a group and call this like an ascending triangle. Like that. You can hide it or show it. You can collapse it so that they're all like in neat folders.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's handy. Yeah. It's just a way to like organize things and hide things when you don't need them, to clean up the chart a bit. Yeah. That's just, I think it's, what's it called? Object tree. The object tree. So it's kind of stacked.
Oh,
Kind of like,
I definitely use the object tree.
yeah, it's like Photoshop. Like anything on the top is in front and everything underneath is down the bottom, like behind it. And these are the candles. Look, you can turn them off too. You can have them all
Do you
like
think
below
that
everything.
You think Bitcoin is
Yeah.
retesting the bull flag or breaking down?
I have to look at Bitcoin. Hang on a sec. I'm just going to save that. Let's go back to Bitcoin.
I think it
Did
is.
you say
It
retesting?
almost came down and tested, and then it just popped right before.
Did you say
Did you
bull
say
flag?
crypto big? Oh, is yeah, isn't that what Dbloc has drawn on his screen? He has a flag and it broke out, and it kind of looks like a retest.
It depends where his like what time for, like, you know, what size, like what structure he's got it on. I'd have to
He's on
look
the
at it.
15. He has like a bull flag inside a bear inside a much bigger bear flag.
Oh, okay. So he's on the 15-minute chart. Oh, that thing. Yeah. Okay, 15-minute chart. He's got like, he's
Yeah,
zoomed in
right.
a bit more than I am. Yeah, okay, I see it. So he's looking at this. Something like that.
Yeah.
And then pulling a parallel down like that. Yep.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. So the concerning thing about it, I mean, this is not uniform with the rest of the lows here, but look how uniform these touches are with each other. Look how like precise these bounces are all together on this line. But then you have like this deviation which kind of throws you off. Like it's like, oh, do I ignore that line now? But the cool thing about that line is, like, if I delete this one and I just duplicate it, like clone it, it is a perfect parallel to what's happening on the top as well. See that? Like you've got 3 pretty critical touches, like that confirm that this is some kind of like parallel channel going up, which is by definition in the textbook, that's a bear flag because you're rising up, and the textbook outcome is to fall down. To be honest, like that's what that suggests. So it would be
There's a lot of
great.
bear signs.
Yeah, so that is a bearish sign on a higher time frame. It would be great if it gets invalidated, like if we travel up. But look, I think Ethereum, this could be Ethereum's chance to pull dominance off Bitcoin and get the dominance for itself. You know what I mean? And that's how we get an alt season, is by Bitcoin having a break from being such a dominant pair. Oh, this is great for X
Where,
up here. It's really coming up now.
where would you
It's not.
want to see dominance at to see something like that?
Well, I'll show you what I've got as far as like a way to frame up when the alt season happens. You got a triple view. So you've got the ETH BTC pair. So this is not against Tether. This is against Bitcoin, Ethereum. And you need Ethereum. This is the hourly chart. Let's go to the 4 hour. Yeah, actually, no, the hour is fine. But you need an uptrend on the ETH BTC pair. That's the first check. We've got that. You need Bitcoin dominance falling, which is what we're getting. So that's another check. And then total crypto market cap, excluding Bitcoin and Ethereum, so that's everything else, needs to be trending up to get an alt season. So that's like 3 things in a row that are looking good. But this is just like a very zoomed in view. This is only the hourly chart. It's not the full picture. If you go to the daily, ETH BTC is looking really good. That's still looking really nice. Dominance is still very dominant, you know? Like, look at that. We've been climbing for so long. That's been like a 3.5 year climb. Look at that. 2022, 2023, 2024. We're halfway through 2025 pretty much. It's when dominance collapses is when you get your alt season. Like this here, that was an alt season. This over here, definitely an alt season. That was a very big one. That was the ICO, ERC20 ICO season, 2017 into 2018. And then this was like the last bull market alt season. And then we're kind of in this part, like where dominance was just going up over time. That's the same again. So we want this to happen. We want to fall out of that uptrend. I think it's going to be really significant when we get out of this parallel, like when we get out of this parallel channel. If we do, that'll be like, that's the big signal, that's a huge signal that the alts are taking over. But yeah, that's kind of like what I've been keeping my eye on. I know Dbloc's always watching dominance, like he's got it on the side of his screen now too. He's been watching it fall. And the other recipe is something that's outside of crypto, and that is when quantitative easing starts, or at least when the Fed makes a cut to the interest rates. That's another bullish headwind, like another good recipe piece for an alt season.
And this week we may get like the first real push for the cut is Friday. Friday we have jobs numbers, and I'm telling you, I've been saying it for a while. That is, I feel like the jobs number is gonna be shocking, and it's gonna cause the Fed to. It's gonna be bad news, like bad job numbers, but I think it's gonna increase the chances of a Fed cut.
Yeah, it definitely helps getting those kind of stats out. Someone has an open mic. Also, we're getting CPI on the 11th of June, so that's coming up pretty quick. This is my time zone, so it's currently 7:18 p.m., 7:19. But I think, 10:30 at nighttime for me, but it'll be morning for you guys, like 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm waiting for the forecast to drop. See how things get forecast before the actual data drops? Like this is the actual data. But I'm waiting for the CPI forecast to come in. And I hope it's an improvement of 2.3% for the inflation. Oh wow, I didn't know that did that. Like when you draw a circle on this, like if you draw a funky looking circle and you hold it, it turns into a circle. That's cool. Yeah.
Now, when you say you're hoping for an improvement on that number, what do you mean, higher or lower? Obviously, I would think higher. No.
Yeah. So that number, I want that to be lower because that's inflation. And the Fed, the Federal Reserve are targeting 2%. Like that is their goal. That's what.
Or they're after 2% actively.
Yeah. So look at this chart. Like if you open up the year-over-year CPI, you get like a bar graph. You can turn it into a line graph, but so this is inflation. I think is there a way to go full screen with that? I'm not sure. Maybe not. Anyway, we had peak inflation over here. This was like 9.1% back in July of 2022. So you can see how we've progressed. Like we've got inflation down. The goal's 2%, which is like we're very close to it. It's pretty much where I'm holding my line right now, the green line. That's 2%. We see how close we are. But we've spent like the last 2 years just stuck between 3 and 2%. Like we've just been bouncing around stuck. And they call that sticky inflation. Like it's very sticky. It's not moving. But look at all that fast progress that we made in 2022 into 2023. That was like really good, and I think that's what helped the stock market and Bitcoin push up toward new all-time highs. Like the fact that we were getting progress on inflation to where we want to get it, down to 2%. And the Fed still has the interest rates up really high. And look, we get the funds rate coming out soon too. Like, check this out. This is the funds rate. So we see how we had a terminal rate of 5.5% up here. They had it
CR7?
paused at 5.5% all through here, and then they made 3 cuts. One was 0.5%, and then the other 2 were quarter cuts. So we've managed to get it down to 4.5%. But to get an alt season, we want to see it get cut further. We want more like further rate cuts, interest rate cuts, because that means that the Fed is easing up on because they've restricted the money, I
Yeah,
want to say
we ran into
economy.
like constricting, tightening.
Yeah, quantitative tightening, exactly. So this is the tightening here. Like when they're raising the rates,
छोड़ दो इसको बाद
they
में
do it,
देखेंगे छोड़ दो चार्जिंग पे लगा रहने दो
and then the opposite, like when they make a cut, like when they cut down the rates. See this cut here, this dramatic cut, all of a sudden, bam, that was because of COVID, like the pandemic breakout. They panicked, like they thought that everything was going to crash and cause a huge recession, so they cut the rates because it was up high. For that time, it was relatively high, like they had it up at like 2.5%. And look how like dramatically they had to cut it down to 0, basically, with no interest rates or very low. But then when they realized the inflation was getting away, they pushed up the interest rates to try and to pull back the inflation, kind of thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a push-pull effect. But man, look, XRP's looking pretty cool here. I really want XRP to like get up above that high there. Get back to $2.30 and then like get support out there so that we can shoot up and get maybe into the 260s, even approach $3. That'd be amazing. That would be incredible. Mainly because I'm in it, because I'm positioned in it.
No, that's how I
Things
feel
are.
about Stewie and Doge.
Yeah.
Will you sell if it goes to $3?
No, I'll trail it. I'll take some profits, but yeah, I still want to have a position in case XRP goes to like $5, $6, $8, because that's like a once in a cycle kind of rally out of something that's so big. This is the top 8 in crypto, like by market cap size. So Bitcoin's obviously the biggest, then Ethereum, then it's XRP, Solana, BNB, Doge, Cardano, and then Tron. Now I think so Solana and BNB, Binance Coin, have been switching positions, like because they're so close in size in market cap. Wait, where is it? Coin market cap. So look, currently BNB's ahead of Solana, whereas it was the other way around before, like not long ago. Solana has
BNB
taken a
got
hit.
pumped recently.
Yeah, Solana's actually taken a hit, a stumble back to 81 billion, whereas BNB has lifted to 94. So they switch a lot though. Because they're so close in market cap. But then you've got like XRP's like quite a level up from BNB. It's pretty comfortably in 3rd spot. I'm excluding Tether. Like I'm excluding the stables when I'm referring to the top 8.
Yeah.
But look, Ethereum's in a league of its own. Look, it's like $318 billion. Like that's way bigger than XRP. It's very comfortably away. And then you get to Bitcoin and it's like $2 trillion. Like it's astronomically bigger than any other altcoin. So yeah, there's huge gaps between the top 3 and the rest of the market. in size, I think.
Things seem a bit kind of bearish right now.
Do you mean for like total or Bitcoin, or what do you mean?
Bitcoin and everything following it.
Yeah, I think Ethereum's looking amazing. Ethereum, look at the Ethereum Bitcoin pair right here.
Yeah, ETH
Yeah,
is
you know the one
it's doing better.
The one thing that's
Yeah.
scary is the two coins that typically always pump at the end, and then we have a massive flush / dump are XRP and ETH, and those are the two that look the strongest right now.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't
Usually,
think
it's not always, but like typically in the last couple years, every time ETH
Yeah.
or XRP run, it's followed by like a massive sell-off in the next like day or two.
Mm-hmm. I remember the very first time I came into crypto was, when was it? Like January. Let me just change these panels. I'll go Bitcoin on the left. I'll go Ethereum on the right. There's my other list. And then I'll put XRP on the end. I need like a really long chart like this one should probably do. And then XRP, right? There's XRP here. XRP. All right. So if I go back to 2017, look at the timings of when each one had a turn of the all-time high. Like, so Bitcoin had it here. This is back when Bitcoin like raced up to $20,000 as its all-time high, and then you had Ethereum top in 2017. Actually, it topped. It wasn't too far different, but it was a number of days after Bitcoin, so it didn't happen at the same time. So see, Bitcoin topped here, and Ethereum was all the way back here. See, it was all the way over here. So Ethereum ran after Bitcoin dumped. Bitcoin had already sold off like that and looked really scary, but Ethereum was having its turn to go up and make a high in the new year. So I'll put a vertical line for the new year on each of them. So that's the new year. See how Bitcoin hit its high in 2017 and then Ethereum hit it early in 2018. So the rotation was there of the money.
What up,
And then if you look at Dbloc's around. I see his chart moving. One last thing is just Ethereum. XRP. XRP. Where did it hit its all-time high? Over here. There's the new year, and it hit its all-time high on the 4th of January, whereas Ethereum hit its on the 13th of January. So XRP was first to find an all-time high, and then it was Ethereum after. So that's interesting because that can be how it happens again. Like Bitcoin will fall first, and then the others will take a turn at pushing up. At the final stages of the market. Another interesting one would be like the 2021 bull market all-time high. Bitcoin hit $69,000 on the 10th of November 2021. And then it's like, okay, well, if that was that, then where was Ethereum at the time? Ethereum was like, oh, they seem to find a high very similar at similar times. Look, pretty much the same day, actually. That's interesting. And then I don't think XRP definitely didn't make an all-time high in 2021 because it had the SEC case. Yeah, it did hit a high point, but it wasn't all-time high. It was still a rally.
What's going on, team?
That was like, yo, hey,
Yeah, what you're doing is important. I tell the guys all the time, like separate your bag by narratives and go look at the top
Yeah.
3 coins in that narrative during the last run and look at when they topped out versus Bitcoin. A lot of people make the mistake and think that they can wait for Bitcoin to top out and then take profit on everything. But if you look at, like, take
Yeah.
XRP, for example, right? XRP topped out about 3 months before Bitcoin. And if you waited for
Yep.
Bitcoin to top out and you take your profits on XRP, you gave back like 30%, not more.
Exactly.
And then you had things like NFTs and gaming that peaked after. So it seems like the more utility, smarter, safer bets are people who have better risk tolerant, better risk metrics, and they sell into the pumps. And then your speculative guys come in after and kind of, try to push it as far as they can. It's dangerous to double dip after Bitcoin tops, though.
Geez, my question is,
Yeah.
how do you try to navigate when you know that the top's in? You know what I mean? Because I know we kind of saw like recently and like in January and then just more recently, like it struggles at a certain point and you see it.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you call your tops?
Me personally, I sell into the pushes.
Mm.
During this run, it's going to be time based. September, October, November, I'm lightening the load and I'm consolidating. Like starting September, I'm taking money from alts that are pumping and then I'm consolidating in their governance token, meaning like I'm taking all my ERC20s back into ETH, taking all of my SUI tokens back into SUI, taking all of my Solana tokens back into Sol. And then I'm riding the last 3 months with just the majors. By October, I should be phased out of probably 75% of my positions. Then, if we get any sort of inkling that this super cycle thing could possibly spread out into the next year, I've already locked in all those gains. Cool. Let's go. Let's trade. We'll just trade midterm until the shit tops out. But I'm not giving back 1 red cent if I can help it.
Okay, you're saying you're gonna trade with the trend until you see like the clear indicators that are saying pretty
Listen,
much.
my whole thing is first and foremost before anything is the 4-year cycle. And when it comes to that, we respect time. Right? This is the indicator that I have in the Discord for you guys. This is a short one. You can't see the last ones, but at least here. This was when you were triggered to start taking profits on your alts, right? To start consolidating. This was in January, right? This is when I told everybody I'm out of alts and I'm going into Bitcoin, and I took the bath on Bitcoin, right? I bought on the way down. By the time we got down to 74, when we got down to the bottom, I was completely back in. But I didn't take the bath on the alts, right? During this time, alts went down 60, 70%. So for me, it was a defensive play. Go into Bitcoin. If I'm wrong about the dip, then at least I'm in Bitcoin, right? If I'm right about the dip, I know it's going to get hit less than the alts are. But coming into the last shaded areas here are traditionally when the bull market is over. All right, give me a second. I'll go to a better chart. And so these have been all our cycles. Right. What my 4-year cycle indicator does is just keep you on track of where you are. Right? Are you in the bear market? Or have your DCA bubbles already started to come in for the bull market? How far into the explosive part are you? But for the most part, you haven't regretted getting out in that last range. I think there was one boat. No, not even. On the first one, it went down. So we got to respect the timing, right? The timing of this shit, the people that control the timing of this is way bigger than the whales. way bigger than the market make. These are old Bitcoin miners, and the liquidity cycle, right? And the presidential cycle, and the halving cycle. A lot of the genius of Satoshi, aside from the code and the solving double spend and the solving the Byzantine general's dilemma, is timing. Where he decided to place these halvings. He could have placed these halvings anywhere in the year, but he decided to place them at the beginning of the global liquidity cycle, right before a new president takes office. Right? Every 4 years. And the genius of that placement is what gives us our predictable cycles. Would have placed this anywhere else, it would have screwed everything up. So not losing track of where we are is important. Right? And it's going to be more important when we get to the end and everybody's telling you it's going to $500,000. Right? Just like here that we're saying it's going to 100K. The amount of people that got wrecked right here because of that 100K shit.
Oh yeah, expectations.
Oh my God, what? That's it. Dead cat bounce. It was a higher low. Like I remember the Twitter threads. And this right here at this top is where we got the first blood diamond in Bitcoin history on the weekly. And I was screaming, this is not good. Right, this is when we had this chart. Do you remember this chart? You were here for this.
When did you sell during the last cycle?
Right now.
Does it let you drag it in?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that now because I guess it's too big. Thought I had lost this chart for a while. So this was our 3 peaks in the domed house chart.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yep, 3 peak dome house. Yep.
This was when, and we were at 25. We were somewhere around 66K. I remember dragging everybody down into the basement of the Discord that we were in, and I was like, "Look, this is when we had a bunch of TA people in there. Remember, we had some heavy hitters." I was like, "I need somebody to tell me I'm crazy." Right? There's 3 peaks in a domed house pattern. It's old legacy pattern, and it's a multi-cycle pattern. Right? It's a big pattern. And it was perfect right up until when we hit 24. I think right here is when I was talking about it. And then at 25, we had that drop down to 26. And I was talking 28K when we were still at 66. And then things went bad. But yeah, we ended up taking all of this. I wish I still had this chart, man. I lost this chart. Like the actual chart on TradingView. Yeah, it'd be nice to kind of replay it,
Oh, you had TA drawn out.
Mm-hmm.
Expressed it. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, this was on. This was a what you call it of the chart. No, I didn't short.
Of what you drew up.
No, they didn't have IBIT shares to short at the time, and I don't trade leverage on crypto.
Yeah,
I will be shorting IBIT and MicroStrategy into the dirt during this run, though.
Since you just mentioned that, Dbloc, now that there are ETFs, you think that just is gonna make price go even lower than it typically would have in the past?
There's a lot of unwinding to be done. Yeah, there's a lot of unwinding to be done for sure. MicroStrategy specifically with those 2x instruments that they offer, there's a lot of leverage to be unwound there.
MicroStrategy goes like way down during the bear, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It probably will. Yeah, because a lot of their like lifeblood is Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin does a big bear market,
They prepare their shareholders for that and everything. MicroStrategy shareholders are probably one of the most educated bunch. as far as like Bitcoin cycles go. Because he had to make it perfectly clear, hey, this is cyclical. Things are gonna look bad. And they were holding Bitcoin back when you weren't allowed to claim the appreciation. So it always looked like they were at a loss.
Yeah. Another common thing that traps people is that they think that being bullish in a bull market, like, and they're kind of right. Like, yes, it becomes riskier and riskier the higher you go, but calling a top early is also another risk. Like, making any kind of call on a position or direction has inherent risk with it. You can be wrong. So, yeah, there's like this, like, just because we're high up and we're late in the cycle, like we're not in a fresh bull market. We're in a stale. It's getting stale. Like we're reaching the pointy end of the activity.
Yeah.
I just hope that it's like explosive finale. Like a lot of the bull markets tend to have this big crescendo and finale. To them, the blow off top, so to speak.
But can we really? I mean, I know we just hit an all-time high, so like it makes sense to me in a bull market. But usually a bull market would just have a lot more participants. It feels like it doesn't feel like there's a lot of participants
because of the money.
Once
You look at
bitten,
ETH
twice shy,
BTC,
perhaps.
it's
well.
global. It's the quantitative tightening, guys. There isn't the
Yeah.
same amount of money that's usually flowing in these assets, especially ETH, which is why it's important. Which is why the alts aren't moving, right? If we put on, yeah, it's like, look, this was quantitative easing at this pink line. This was the government just printing money. ETH went absolutely crazy, right? But look at what happened during this cycle. Right, during this cycle, we were in quantitative easing. I mean, we were in quantitative tightening, but it was a bear market. Right, we've never had quantitative tightening during a bull cycle. So ETH, I mean, still honestly, still went up and to the right for the most part. But if you look at, you put on ETH BTC.
Can I quickly ask, that quantitative, is that like the Fed balance sheet? What is
Yeah,
that?
yeah, that's when the Fed is either shrinking or buying assets. Right, during quantitative easing, they buy assets. During quantitative tightening, they sell off assets. So there's basically sell pressure coming from the Fed. So most risk on buyers don't even start investing while the Fed is selling off because of that pressure and because of the lack of money flowing in, right? This is money printing. This is money printer go burr, right? This is more money in everybody's pocket. This is less money in everybody's pocket. So if you look at what happened during the last time, look at what happened during the last time. When Ethereum holds an uptrend during quantitative easing, ETH BTC drops. Right, look up here. Holds an uptrend during quantitative easing, ETH BTC drops. It's not until it breaks that uptrend, right? As soon as it breaks that uptrend, ETH BTC bottoms. Well, let me reverse that. As soon as quantitative tightening slows down, it breaks that uptrend. As soon as it breaks that uptrend, ETH BTC bottoms. As soon as ETH BTC bottoms, Bitcoin dominance tops. Right? All of these things are connected to when quantitative tightening stops. But if you notice, even after ETH BTC found its bottom, ETH USD continued to bleed out in USD value. Right? We saw a similar thing here.
Like
What's that line?
making a
W.
move.
It is making a move, yeah.
So look, ETH
What's that line?
BTC.
WALCL?
That's
Federal
the balance
Reserve?
sheet. That's the Fed balance sheet.
Oh, the balance sheet.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So the Fed balance sheet came to a plateau, right? This is when it stopped its dip and started curling when we got quantitative tightening light, they called it, right? When they reduced it by like
Yeah.
20 billion. ETH BTC found the
Yeah.
bottom. Dominance found the top.
Yeah, it's like looking into a reflection. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, these things, it's not a coincidence. It's all monetary policy, right? When the money's loose and the money's cheap, people put their money into risk assets. When the money's tight and the money's not cheap, money goes into bonds. Right? Now the
So that
problem
makes
is
me
that the
think.
sell-off that we're getting now with bonds has bond yields going really high. Right? And why do institutional traders get into ETH? They get into ETH for yield. Right? They get into ETH for that 4 or 5% that they can get plus the appreciation of ETH. But they're getting 4 or 5% on a risk-free bonds right now from the government insured, automatic 5%. So until the bonds come down underneath 5%, ETH isn't going to look as tasty to institutional traders. And all of that has
So
to
for
do
me, I
with
think
the ease of money.
that with the QE/QT situation, quantitative easing will happen at some point. Like that's just the way it works, right? They tighten, they ease, they tighten, they ease. It's cyclical, right?
Once they
Business
empty the
cycle-wise.
balance sheet, they have the full back up, and they usually do it to boost. It's one of the Fed tools, right? That's used to sort of boost the economy. So we'll go into recession, and they'll go into QE to pull us out of the recession.
Right.
So the way I think
So-
it'll work is we end this bull market, we end up going into a recession, going into the beginning of what's the real estate sort of drawdown. And then we get QE some point during the bottom of the bear market when we're about to go into
Right, and that catalyzes the start of the next bull market in like 2027 or whatever.
And it's important not to get gun shy, because remember, during this time here, it was not a good idea to hold alt. You were better off holding Bitcoin. Bitcoin just went crazy. People are going to become maxis and learn that lesson. But if the next bull market comes in and we're in QE, then it's a different story, right? Then we can expect an alt season, traditional alt season, how we've always had an alt season. We've always been in QE during the bull market.
Yeah.
We've never had a QE that wasn't in the bull market for the most part. And if it was QT, it was very subtle. So I'm just worried that we go into the next. I mean, don't get me wrong. At the bottom of the next bear market, not financial advice, you buy Bitcoin. As much Bitcoin as you possibly can, not financial advice, just a guy on the couch talking shit. But the rotation of that into alts is going to be different if we're in QE. Right? After halving is when you'll be going into your alts, and then alts are going to go absolutely crazy. Here, it didn't pay to do that unless you took profits.
So regardless of whether we are bull or bear or what part of the crypto cycle we're in, we can be optimistic about the future because eventually we're going to get QE. It's just a matter of timing now. Like it's just like, oh, when's it going to hit, you know?
Yeah. It literally comes
it
down
could
to
come at an awkward...
keeping your crypto money safe. If we're not in QT and we're not risk on, then your money stays in Bitcoin and it sits there and you keep it safe there. If you bought one Bitcoin at 15K, you're sitting on $105,000 right now, and you're doing way better than somebody who traded alts the whole way up. I promise you.
Yeah.
I can
Something
attest.
bizarre could happen where QE comes at an awkward time, like where we're expecting another 6 months of bear market, and then all of a sudden we're looking
Super
at
cycle.
QE and things start to pick up.
That's how a super cycle would line up. If we get QE at the top of this bull market, it is going to extend the bull market.
Like, oomph it.
Wait,
Right.
so a QE, like, does QE just signal a Fed cut, right? Like, so if the Fed decides to cut,
No.
in
QE
July,
isn't a Fed cut. They've been cutting during QT. QE is when they announce that they've completed the reduction of the balance sheet, which they haven't. That's the first message that has to come now. Right? They're going to come out and they're going to say, look, we've concluded the reduction of the balance sheet, or we put a cease to the reduction of the balance sheet. The next step is to fill that back up. Right? They bought their assets. They've taken profit on it through this whole run. As everything's been going up, they've been taking profits on their assets. Then they have to fill back up.
Because they're contradictory, right? Like you wouldn't have interest rates up while you're easing as well. Like they would have to get rid of the interest rates, right? It would have to be 0 or 0.25%
No, well, there's
interest
two. So
rates
there's two tools that the
to
Fed
start
has.
QE.
There's two tools that the
Yeah.
Fed has: to print money or to raise or lower rates.
Yeah.
Right? They can do both simultaneously, and they can do one. You know, they fired all their bullets on the printing money during COVID. That's why all they had, the only tool they had left that they can even use was to cut rates.
Yeah.
But now
Yeah,
we're
you
getting
can't
to the
print your way out of a
time.
problem.
Yeah, now we're getting to the time where, you know, it's more feasible to do that.
Well, man, that just makes me optimistic. Like, because I know that in our near future, whether that's a year or 2 years from now, QE is around the corner. Like, it's the next major thing the Fed will do after the cuts, right? Like,
Yep.
or maybe even during the cutting cycle. And that's optimistic for risk on markets, whether it's crypto or stocks or whatever, you know. Like, that's good. That's a growth environment. So, and the fact that we're growing in a tight economy right now is impressive. Just imagine what's going to happen when everything is aligned, like all the stars are lined up, you know?
Yeah, Bitcoin's starting to move like gold,
Impressive.
which is interesting. Flight to safety, like with that Ukraine drone attack
Yeah.
the other day. That, by the way, impressive. Bunch of drones
Oh, yeah, that was
took out like
wild.
33%
Oh, yeah.
of their nuclear long range capabilities. Like, that's absolutely nuts. Although I don't really believe the numbers, but either way, we saw money come into gold. We saw money come into Bitcoin. Like, it's starting to act as that flight to safety, store of value that it's supposed to.
Definitely. But yeah, I think there's, if we think that we've seen the most exciting parts of crypto and they're behind us, I think again, because like fiat and the traditional finance sector is not getting any better, it's getting uglier. Like the debt that the US is in, like the, you know, the trillion, what is it, 37 trillion or 32, whatever it is, it's really
Ridiculous, bro.
astronomical, right?
36 trillion, you're right.
Yeah, so that's not getting better, like put it that way. And as long as that doesn't get better, crypto will do better. Like it'll outperform it. And same with gold, right? Both of them will do better against that situation. So until they come up with a solution, and it doesn't seem like they're gonna solve it anytime soon, then yeah, crypto is a really good hedge against that disaster that's boiling. Even though we have our dramatic cycles, I think people get caught up in this, like the cycle stuff, like the bear markets and then the bulls and the bear and the bull. But take it as like its entire lifespan, like where crypto has come from and where it's going. And it's, you know, it's on a growth path. Like it's getting stronger over time, you know.
Right, I can remember sitting
And that's like
around.
the super long term. I'm not just talking cycles, I'm talking bigger than that. Like,
I
you
can
know,
remember
20
sitting
years,
around
30
smoking
years.
with some of the trading guys talking about, can you just imagine if LeBron James was to say the word Bitcoin? Like,
Yeah,
that
like a
used to be the
marketing thing.
dream. You know what I mean? And then now you're the
Yeah.
president of the United States, strategic. Like, it's
Oh,
just insane, bro. Like, when you think about where we
just
are
earlier.
versus what we dreamt about,
Oh man.
so
Oh,
much
man.
more than
Yes.
what we
Do
dreamt, so
you
much quicker than we dreamt it.
do you know how ugly
100
and scary the crypto community, like the whole space was under like life or death, existential threat after FTX collapse? It was terrifying because we had no ETFs, there was no regulation. The SEC was really hard on crypto. You had XRP still in the case, like the court case with the SEC. There was just nothing was optimistic
You had
at
to
the
be
time. It was
hardcore, bro.
terrifying.
You had to be
Yeah,
hardcore to
it
still
was.
have
Nothing
faith.
felt safe.
Yeah,
Yes. I didn't know where to
yeah.
put my
It
money. I was
was.
like, is it safe in Coinbase? Do I
No,
just
you
take it
had
to
to
my
be
bank?
you had to be hardcore. Let me tell you how screwed up it was.
Yeah,
You have FTX where
yeah.
this guy is sitting there with congressmen every day, right? So
Mm.
visually, probably the safest exchange you could probably put your money in. I mean, damn, he's hobnobbing with politicians and shit. Chances are nothing's gonna happen here, right? And then you get Luna and
Yeah.
Celsius that on paper were the safest, most well funded. I mean, Luna had the biggest Bitcoin treasury, I think, than any of these projects in the long. So it's like even if you crossed your T's and dotted your I's and did your research and used good risk management, you could have still found yourself in all three of these projects and lost everything. Like these weren't even degen plays. Right? We hear people losing everything on a degen play. We're like, you need the cost. But there's people that legit ran the whole bull market up, took every bit of their profits, staked it to get what 25% or something they were off for 25%. They risked losing everything, and they did.
Yeah, it's just the contrast of that time to this time we're in right now, like this chapter. Things are so different now. Like,
I mean, are they though?
I wouldn't
Because
have
these
even.
third-party staking sites, these liquid
Oh
staking
yeah.
things, like people are making the same mistakes that they made back then.
In that vein, yes, you're right. Like, there's still the ugly parts of it and the dangerous and
Like they haven't
volatile
learned
and
their
risky.
lesson.
But from a point of existence, like crypto existing, I think Bitcoin has never been so strong, as in, it's got the backing of the US government now. Like, they recognize it. They've got a plan to strategically have it collected, like the strategic reserve. Like, it's legislated. It ain't going anywhere, and they're making money off it. Like, they're the people that call the shots are exploiting it, just like we are, right? Exploitate it in the sense, maybe exploiting is too harsh of a word. Maybe it's like taken advantage of. Where they're taking advantage of it, just like we are.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as a way to make money, for lack of a better phrase. Like
Our edge on institutions this whole time has been that we have a higher tolerance for risk. Right? There's certain risks that we could take as retail traders that they weren't able to take. Right?
Yeah, because of like laws too,
wouldn't
right?
allow it. There was, they've got laws, or their boards wouldn't allow it.
SEC.
Yeah. So now we're starting to see turn that corner where they're able to take that risk now. So we don't have that edge on them anymore. What we can hope for now is that they've watched us for so long, salivating to get in, that they wouldn't want to do anything to ruin what runs perfectly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, why would you want to get in the way of a cycle that's so predictable?
Yeah. You know what I was thinking about today, I was having a conversation with a friend, is that it's a real shame, and it's kind of sad and sick that the real estate market, people speculate with real estate. Like, people monopolize it, collect it up, and use it as like an investment, game. Whereas like people need houses to live in. Like, whereas like I feel like I want to say like a more ethical market to go play in is like crypto, or even if you want to call it property, like the virtual. Like, I know this sounds
It
like a bit,
depends on the landlord,
but
kind of landlord you are. There's a lot of people
yeah,
who
oh yeah, sure,
who fix up properties in lower income areas, or it's just
hmm
like anything else, right? You're gonna get your sort of extractionary people, and then you're gonna get your people that like add value.
yeah. But for like the low income earners, and just like the vast majority of people, they've kind of been priced out. Like, we have to work so hard just to even get a house, or like, let alone pay one off. Like, we've spent our whole lives paying it off. You know what I mean? And it's
Yeah.
getting worse.
And then most people have
So it's
no
like
idea
it's because it's
of the cycle, and they'll buy at the wrong times. Like, this is my fear, right? Like,
exactly.
everybody looks at real estate like this golden investment opportunity. And it is, right? But that feeling that we have is because you think of that house that grandma bought for 30K and it's worth 1.3 now, right? But those were different times, right? And that's a long hold. And if you buy at the wrong time, like if you get all of this money, and I'm not talking about somebody who needs a house. If you need a house, get your crypto, buy a house. You just provided a house for your family. That's freaking amazing. But if you can wait, you know what I mean? Don't like, just imagine you get all your earnings in crypto. You have enough to buy that house you've always wanted. You buy the house, then you go into the real estate downturn, and now you're down 50% on the house. You got to wait 10 years to get back above water, and it's like just waiting. It's like buying Bitcoin at the wrong time. Right? There's
Yeah.
times to do things.
Amplified.
Yeah, my plan personally is at the end of this bull market, I'm pulling that out. I'm putting my shorts in on IBIT. I'm putting my shorts in on MicroStrategy, and I'm sitting on cash because we don't know how bad this is going to get. Bitcoin was born at the bottom of the last real estate crash in 2008. So we haven't seen what Bitcoin's bear market does as real estate is going down and everything's going. It might be it might be a deeper bear market than we've ever had before. Right? It might not. It might be a shallower one. Maybe it's a flight to safety and everything else is going to shit and everybody just piles into Bitcoin. We don't know. And this is the sort of thing that anybody who's been here for 10 years has absolutely no edge on you. Because we've never seen Bitcoin in a bear market as housing is coming down. Now, we might not have to see it this time. If we do top out in October, November, and then we come down for a year, we'll already be at the bottom as housing starts to come down, and that's kind of spooky. Because Bitcoin's already taken it to retrace. And then now the housing market is going to shit, so I don't know. It'll be fun. All I'm saying is you're going to really want money. Like, having money to buy those dips and buy those ashes is going to put you in a place where, like, there's a great reset that happens all the time. It happened in 2008, it happened in COVID. And it's when, like, all these people, all of your peers, right, that you're trying to keep up with, something happens and the floor just comes out from under them and you see who's over leveraged, you see who's overexposed, who's living beyond their means. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the turtle catches up to the hare every once in a while.
The reason real estate works so well is because it is a real world, like people need somewhere to live, right? They need shelter. There is real world demand there. It's real, like it's life and death kind of thing almost.
Not making any more earth.
So they know that there's always going to be that demand. Like if you have a population that's like growing, they need somewhere to live. And I'm glad that they haven't monopolized water, or like
wait for it,
or just it'll probably happen.
I was gonna
or
say
air,
well,
fresh air. Like
I mean, it depends. It depends on where you live. There's villages in Colombia that complete rivers have been cut off because they sold their water rights to Coca-Cola, where miners get farmed for catching rainwater because that rainwater belongs to Coca-Cola.
Yeah, that's
crazy
insane.
That is.
Yeah, I think perhaps because I live in Australia and we have taps in like just like the US, like we just take it for granted, the access to water, like running water, clean drinkable water. But if you go to like parts of Africa, I'm sure it's definitely not like that. Like it's very precious and it's seen a whole lot differently, valued differently. And like the Middle East, I'm sure there's like countries where like water's not easy to come by. Yeah. Geographical demand. Or supply demand.
That's why I don't miss Forex. I mean, it was cool. I had the head for it, but it was like you felt obsessive.
Yeah.
Like it's one thing to watch.
Thinking about geography.
Yeah, like it's one thing to watch currency and like with Bitcoin, right? Like with Bitcoin, okay, you watch Bitcoin, you watch ES, you watch the Dixie. You know what I mean? To see momentum, you'll watch, global liquidity, and that's about where it stops. With Forex, like you're watching weather patterns, you're watching the migrational patterns of geese over certain. Yeah, it's nuts, bro. It's so
natural disasters.
It's so intense. Yeah, you got to track your El Nino and your El Nino years, and
oh man, yeah,
because it affects the crops and that affects your wheat futures.
Crypto's so like it's borderless. It's just international, virtual. That's why it's so unique.
Enjoy it while it's still like that.
Yeah.
I already see
it
changing.
Kind of elusive,
I already see it changing, bro. all of this talk of
Yeah.
American crypto companies and Chinese crypto companies. It's
Oh
like, bro,
yeah.
what are we doing? Like, don't put your borders
Yeah.
on us. That's not what we're doing over here. You guys do that shit over there on
Yeah.
Legacy. Now, don't get me wrong. I will take my tax breaks on the so-called American crypto companies, but it's supposed to be nationless, borderless, permissionless, and that comes with nationless first. That should be where we start.
I feel like if for lack of a better word, like if Bitcoin becomes bastardized, like they ruin like what made it special, I feel like something will come out to replace it, you know, and that's a big if. Like that's just like a something will come out that brings us pulls it back into the original vein of why Bitcoin was Bitcoin, like why it was created, why it's special, why
You know,
it's
it's easier for
unique.
them in this day and age. It's easier for them to just create a coin and create hype behind it and extract as much money as
Yeah.
it's like way more difficult, I think, to try to replace or destroy Bitcoin. Like they can just
Yeah.
create a BlackRock coin and everybody will buy
And the
it. You know?
and the thing that they exploit, the vast majority of Earth's population is extremely illiterate when it comes to finance and money and
Oh
how
my
money
God, bro.
works.
They don't even know.
And they exploit the
Don't,
crap out of that.
don't even know how your
Yeah.
money works. Like I talk about that all the
Yeah.
time. Like remember that when you try to explain crypto to people, that they don't even understand the way
Oh.
fiat works.
Yeah, no, they don't understand what inflation is. They think like for all they know, it's something that the government decides on, like the rate of inflation. You know what I mean? Like, or yeah, just the understanding. And I don't blame him because I used to be like that
Nobody
before I
taught
got
me that
into
shit. I had to
crypto. Like,
learn all that shit
I
myself.
had no idea. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, like, and
Especially
just
where
like
I'm
yeah,
from, our schools didn't have any. I mean, I hear some of you guys talk about schools where they taught you how to like balance a checkbook, or maybe you even had like a stock trading course or something.
What school was that?
That's what I'm
What?
saying.
What?
We
That sounds
didn't
like a
have none of
private
that
school.
shit, bro. We had to share math
yeah,
books.
no,
There was
Yeah, dude, we
one
didn't even
math
have
book
no books.
per desk, and you had to leave that math book in the desk because the next kid needed it after you.
and that's by design. They don't want financial literacy.
Our desk was
It's a
falling apart.
game for the elite, you know.
Yeah,
And then they
I
slowly
didn't
went
have
taking
all
all the
that.
trades out of schools. Like by the time I went to school, all of that like wood shop, auto shop, like that shit that I saw in the movies, none of that shit was in school.
Right? I'm asking where that went.
Nah, none of that shit. You
Years
had
ago, when I was teaching,
physical education or home ec, and then in home ec they just taught you how to make biscuits and shit.
I'm self-taught, man. Everything I've pretty much just read a book or looked at videos to learn for do myself,
You
just like
got
I'm
to.
doing with the crypto.
You got to, but you can complain about
Yeah.
that shit your whole life, or you can educate yourself.
Yeah, nah, it's the only way.
Yeah.
It's like, you want to learn how to build something, read a book about it, watch some videos on it, do a little bit of research, and
Or you'd be surprised what you
attempt to
learn
do
on
it
YouTube.
yourself,
There's not a whole hell of a
Practice makes
lot.
perfect.
There's not a whole hell of a
Yeah.
lot that you can't become an expert with on YouTube. Given enough time, it's all there.
Another big distraction is the focus on sports. At least Australia is very much like a sporting nation. I know the US is as well.
Yeah, that's
But
where the
like,
trade money went.
it's like you're no threat to the way the world functions if you become like a star football player. You know, like you're not going to change the world by being like it's great. I'm not knocking sports. Sports are
Do you
cool.
remember
I like sport.
what Vivek Ramaswamy got in trouble for saying?
What did you get in trouble for saying?
They was talking about those H-1 visas where they bring in highly educated immigrants with doctorates and whatever, right? And people were against it, and they were like picketing him over it. And he said, this was probably not the best thing to say. And he said, in a country where you glorify the cheerleader and the class quarterback, that's what you end up getting. In a country where you glorify math and science, that's what you end up getting. And I was like,
Yeah, totally.
Pretty common
Yeah.
sense, but people don't want to hear. You don't want to hear that, but it's true,
Yeah,
man.
there's
A
a lot
lot
of
of a
backlash
lot of
against that.
American culture is about popularity, and
Oh, totally. Yeah. It's a big distraction. Like it's a, even just it's Western culture. Like I don't know, there's probably it's probably the same in other cultures too, but at least in Australia is like a USA 2.0. Like we're very much there's so much entertainment and sport and think like all these distractions, and it's not about learning the game of getting rich or anything, because that's they reserve that for the elites, right? They or the powerful of the world, and politics and all that. Like that's it's kind of like a club. It's like a big club, and you have to be determined to get into it, I guess, and educate yourself. And anyone can get in. Like if you can,
well, anybody
know
can
how
get
to.
in now.
Yeah.
Anybody can't get in on
Yeah.
legacy. People
Used
don't
to, oh yeah, it
understand
used
that
to be way harder.
some of these DeFi things that we can take advantage of here, they're available on legacy, but they're trapped behind accredited investor walls, where you have to be an accredited investor. You have to have over $1 million in the bank, all types of other
Oh
shit.
yeah.
Bro,
So it's like,
you can't even day trade without having 25,000
yeah,
in your bank.
yeah. A
Yeah.
You
lot of
can't
that
go in and
comes.
out of
And that
position.
is
I mean, a lot of that is because of instant settlement, but yeah, it's just convenient how it really only affects people who have less than 25K, right?
yeah. It's
That
it's like an elite game, man.
when they
Wall Street. It's just
tokenize Nasdaq, that'll be solved. It comes down to instant settlements, right? There's a certain amount of time it takes for those trades to settle. So they
yeah.
don't want you getting completely, if they let you just keep going, you can get completely wrecked by the time your first trade settle. And
Oh,
then
by the way, they have that like I just signed up for this new exchange, BTC. They got tokenized basically the whole not the whole stock market, but like the top stocks, and you can
BTCC,
trade the Nasdaq, BTCC,
yeah, yeah,
BTCC. Yeah, you can do like it's got Nvidia, Amazon, Apple, the SPY, the Nasdaq, the Dow Jones,
yeah.
20x max though.
Eventually,
So
Nasdaq will be on the blockchain, and there's only one place that they're gonna go to. It's gonna be Ethereum.
Well, things are kind of picking up on the hour, at least on the hourly chart. You've got Ethereum is approaching those previous couple of highs there. That's really cool. $2,650.
Little liquidity
XRP's like
sweep
trying to
on.
climb.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so started taking a nice little walk up too.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if a resistance is found and we keep, we carry on with this sideways. But
Yeah, guys, it's
I
when
mean,
we're in a range, we have to expect for the range to hold until we see evidence
yeah,
that it doesn't. The good thing is on this
yeah,
second attempt to back up to the top of this to this bearish channel, we do have space to go above. Right here, when we came up, we hit that horizontal and we hit the top of the flag. So that was a bit of resistance. Here, we're going to test to see what's stronger. Remember, this horizontal is where we fell from. Right? So there's plenty of resistance. We've already rejected off of it. If we break out of this to the downside tonight, and we sweep these liquidations, if we come into this vector gap, I don't know what it's going to be, but expect a news story. Expect the FUD. We'll insert the story here later, but expect it. But just know that that imbalance at 100K was there way before whatever they're going to throw at us tomorrow. So just want to say it now before I get on and people are like, hey, we went to 100K because Ukraine launched a bunch of killer ducks at Russia or something.
Okay.
But there's a lot of ifs between here and there, right? And there's your friend to the end. And we've got two ranges that we're dealing with now. You've got this weekend range that still to this point hasn't broken, which means coming to the top, you'd expect to come down to the bottom or at least have resistance. And then we have a horizontal. I mean our bearish channel. Bulls, your job is to hold this line. 105.056. Let me reset the stream real quick. We'll be right back, y'all. That like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. We'll be back in less than a minute.